Hello, welcome to everybody who's here. It's nice seeing a full room. I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Here.
Mayor Vasquez.
Here.
Mayor Vasquez, we have a quorum of the city council.
Thank you so very much. I would like to ask, Councilmember, actually, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza to lead us in the credit pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember LeBaron will consent items number 1C and 1H. These items will be taken up after the report to council is complete. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Madam Mayor, just really quickly, on the published meeting agenda, item number 4, there's actually 2 resolutions. On the council agenda currently, it does include this supervisory unit, but there is an additional resolution, and I'm just going to read that title to the resolution into the record, which is adopt a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the city of Lemon Grove and AF Ashme Local 127 General Unit. And I have no further changes to tonight's agenda.
Thank you so very much. And, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
And I apologize for not asking for this ahead of time, but I would like to discuss item 1G, which is the award of an agreement to CR Associates for architectural and engineering design services for the Treganza Heritage Park Public Space Design Project. Do I have another council member that would join me in?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Councilmember LeBaron?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to let everybody know that the items that I asked be pulled, agenda item 1H in particular, that's the city manager employment agreement. The city manager recently underwent employment evaluation. So that's what that is. If you guys are concerned with how the city is being managed and ran, please do stay to hear about that. That's item 1H. It will be at the end of the meeting. Also, I want to say that in the past 2 years, I can't recall a time when I asked to have the payment demands, which is talking about the public's money and how it's spent. When I've asked for it to be pulled from the agenda, just like she just did right now, where I've had somebody come in just like how you did. That's a shame. That is
with
a
our
trust.
city attorney to see if, making long statements at this time is appropriate. For the record, if you can, since it seems as though this is gonna be a very, private meeting here, I just wanna make sure that everyone understands, like, the process. And so if you could just, reiterate when, council members can, deliberate, and provide comments, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, what I will say is that the mayor is the chair of the meeting, and so she is the one who would grant or deny somebody's opportunity to speak during a city council meeting, and that's just to maintain order, and decorum. And then the only other thing that I would reiterate that's already been said is you can't talk about things that aren't on the agenda, and the purpose of that is so that the public understands what is on the agenda in advance of us sitting down and having these meetings, so that they can attend when important things are on the agenda, so that there's no surprises about what we talk about in front of the public. And that gives the public the opportunity to participate, to do the research, and to understand what we're gonna be talking about at every city council meeting agenda. And that is also the reason why when people get up and speak and provide their public comments, there are no responses to the public, because those things are not on the agenda typically. So I hope that helps.
Thank you so very much. So, in terms of changes to the agenda, I have item 1C, 1H, and 1G that will be heard, after, reports to the council are completed. So, we'll move on to our presentation portion of the meeting. We do not have any presentations tonight, but we will move forward to the general public comment portion of the meeting. During the general public comment portion of this meeting, the public may express their concerns not pertaining to items on the agenda tonight. Please note that in accordance to state law, the city council is not permitted to respond to any comments expressed by the public. If appropriate, staff will be directed to follow up with the speaker. Per Lemon Grove Municipal Code, Chapter 2.14.150, all remarks must be addressed to the council as a body and not to any one individual council member. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes. When speaking, please observe the green, yellow, and red light timer at the podium. The red light indicates that it is time for the next speaker to approach the podium to begin speaking. We will start with John L. Wood, followed by Brenda Hammond.
John L. Wood. First, code enforcement can't or won't enforce the Miller digging the creek violations. Also will not trim the trees on the property line. We have the pump station, we've been waiting for quite a while. Still hasn't been completed. No fault of Public Works. It's the same old stuff. The original pump, the city is following in their footsteps. Everything's being delayed, because they don't want to pay for a long-lasting sump pump for the sewer. They'd rather have some outside people come in, work on it, and, oh, well, the pump's no good, we gotta get another pump. Instead of buying brand new pumps that are qualified and ready, they just, oh, well, no, it costs too much. They go to, some other pump or a cheaper pump, and then that pump's too expensive. So they go to another pump, that's too expensive. Oh, that pump's too expensive too. So we're still waiting on pumps. So they have to redesign everything. Every time they decide that they don't wanna pay an appropriate amount for a pump that will last for a long term, it's too expensive. Why have the sump pump if everything's too expensive? Just throw it into the creek. That'll be fine. But I've been up here quite a few times about Miller clearing the creek. Hasn't done it yet. Code enforcement hasn't pushed, so I guess it's no big deal. Doesn't matter if we get rats and mice up in the houses. It should have been done a long time ago. But no, costs too much. Just, what the heck with it? You people don't care. You haven't done anything. They come out and look at it once in a while. But that's part of the service. I ask you to have SDG&E move the meter.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Brenda Hammond, followed by Matt Kuszynski.
Hi. Is it on? Okay. So I have a quote from one of my mentors. I was very sick and I was walking up the college road and I was being harassed by some people. Stay safe, get well, and walk away from any BS discussions. Your time is valuable. That was quoted to me on November 8th by Mayor Madrid. I told him I wasn't gonna say it. No, it's okay, he likes it. So with that, I want to talk about what's going on here in Lemon Grove. We have these people that have mental illness, they have a drug problem, they have an alcohol problem or whatever. There's people out there messing with them. And I don't like it because they're getting irritated. And why? Because then they can say they have to take anger management classes. Well, those people that are out there irritating the homeless and other people, there's some in this room that they just want to look good. Those people should be arrested for domestic terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Matt Kuszynski, followed by Reverend Danny Bruner.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, I want to thank you all. I'm going to talk later on about our contract, but I want to thank you all for your courtesy over the last year and a half as we negotiate and come before the council. I also want to wish both, I want to wish the mayor and council member Gaston LeBaron, thank you for your service here on the council, and I appreciate it. I know things can be hard and rough, but I appreciate your serving here. And then hopefully, to the next council to come on board, I hope to ask that the mayor-elect and the council members do more for civility on the council. It's a little hostile, a little argumentative at times, and I know people have their wills, but I think, like, for example, the two-question restrictions, I think can be difficult. I also think that there's also a requirement regarding council members and the mayor to meet with employees to go to the city manager. I'd love to see that actually removed. So I think there's some changes. I think there would be more openness. I look forward to the new council coming on board, but I do appreciate the service of the council members, their meeting, and the mayor, and really working to help us all this time. So thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Reverend Danny Bruner, followed by Juan Ruiz.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, council members of Lemon Grove City. Madam Mayor, it is my honor to address you regarding the Sleeping Cabins Emergency Shelter Project at Troy Street Tiny Home. Now, that's a long name, but I learned it from the flyer that District 4 Supervisor Montgomery Stepp emailed us about the November 20th informational Zoom meeting. Now, there seems to be discrepancies regarding the project. To start, the suggested location is on Palm and Sweetwater rather than Troy and Sweetwater. A lack of clear process where a choice was made, secured, and decided upon along the lines of, quote, eminent domain, end quote, or if the city wants to use the land, it has final authority, was one of the impassioned words and actions around this project that occurred throughout the election cycle, and everybody knows it. Instead, we were told that unlike the past, when it was a regional focus, it is now prioritized for Lemon Grove and Spring Valley. This new terminology, low barrier shelter for people who are somewhere near some place on the continuum of care for homelessness, moving towards stability. Why aren't the funds being used right now for emergency shelter that would take one of the buildings for use for post office boxes, storage spaces, showers, beds for people in crisis. There are a number of empty buildings on Broadway that are adjacent to MTS services that might offer our homeless individuals a safe location to eat, to sleep, to take a shower, have a post office box, store their stuff. What options does the city of Lemon Grove have to halt this project? And what would be the precise processes to do so, I ask of the city attorney. Second, I would like the Troy Street project to be agendized, scheduled, and sent to the Planning Commission for review, comments, and questions. The Planning Commission can fulfill its mandate to evaluate this project as to whether, one, the use is appropriate for the community or neighborhood, or two, it does endanger the general welfare, convenience, safety, or health of those who live or work nearby. The data collected could be memorialized to the City Council, then shared by citizens as they address the County Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Ron Ruiz, followed by Larry Bonamo, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your name.
You said one. Right. Thank you guys for your time. This will be pretty short. I've lived in Lemon Grove for about 18 years. I live directly behind the senior center. And I'm not sure what you guys are gonna be doing in the senior center. But as of right now, people are using it as a party place at night. They're drinking, they're partying. I've called a few times. I talked to LT to see if you can see how many calls for service I place. I don't know who else's space calls over there. I hate wasting deputies' time to keep going over there. Like, we really have like sometimes what, 1 to 2 deputies on at night, and I don't want to call them for like noise complaints. So if you guys can just maybe put a chain or a gate, something to close it up so that no one's like in there at night, definitely be appreciated. I think we're gonna talk about that. As far as the homeless encampment, I have a lot of strong words for that, but my thing is why would you have something that's 1,000 people that children are learning? That's my question to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Larry Bonamo, followed by Ken King.
Larry Bonamo.
She told the county before.
You can speak directly into the mic.
Like that. My name is Larry Bonamo. I'm a Lemon Grove resident since 1970. I have a business right across the street from these tiny houses. I've been there since 1975. I've seen a lot of stuff happen on Sweetwater Road. We don't need these tiny houses in there because all they're gonna do is attract more homeless there. What are these people gonna do in the daytime? Has anybody thought about that? There's plenty of places in Lemon Grove where they can take the money and put them in the bed and give them showers and stuff. I just caught a homeless the other night jumping my fence at 11:30 at night after he broke into the car wash next door. So there is crime happening with these homeless people. We've had shots fired at us. Nobody cares. Lemon Grove don't care. All they want to do is put it out on the far limits where it's in Spring Valley. Put it on the other side of the freeway. Why don't you put it in Lemon Grove? You got empty buildings there, that's commercial, but yet you want to put it in a neighborhood. There's a liquor store there, there's schools there. We have already, I have behind my building property, I have Volunteers of America. We have car parking lots down for the homeless. Why don't you put it in Lemon Grove? In a commercial area, like on Federal Boulevard. It's just not the right place. There's schools, there's kids that track up and down the school there, they have the track meet. There's kids walking to school. It's just not the right area. And I'm totally against it. And I've seen a lot of stuff happen on Sweetwater Road over the years. I don't know if you people have ever been there, but it's not the best. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Ken King, followed by Mike Asmar, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your name.
Good afternoon, here we are again, motion number 6. I would like to remove 1H from tonight's agenda. I do not feel Lydia to be hired for another year. She has shown that she cannot manage the budget through our failed audit. I feel she's a crook and she should be fired immediately. Or let go when her contract is over.
Mr. King,
Again,
I don't want to interrupt you, I'll stop your time. That item has been removed, and so I suggest that you bring those comments about the city manager's contract at the time of that agenda item. Thank you.
again, I come before you with the Troy Street project on the agenda. Each one of you has sent an email on November 22nd with over 400 signatures against this project. We had over 300 people show up for the meeting with Monica back in June. Nothing has been done since then. Every meeting you keep saying soon, we need the information. The county will address us. You've gotten information from the county. It's not good. It's a low barrier shelter. Right next to an elementary school and across the street from a liquor store. There's no sidewalks. Some people ran their whole campaign on this, saying this is for women and children, pulling at people's heartstrings, or for seniors, which is a total and utter lie. And we have receipts on that. We all have receipts on that. It's for drug addicts, pedophiles, and alcoholics, and people with mental issues. That's what it's for. I passed out 45 flyers today to the elementary school in the Lemonade or whatever they call themselves over there, off of Troy Street. Some of the parents did not even know this was happening. Hopefully some of them are here tonight because I informed them. They were very grateful for the knowledge that something was happening down the street that might affect their children. With somebody overdosing in front of them, in front of an elementary school or a preschool. You guys should all be ashamed of yourself for letting this go on as long as it has. You're just trying to get your political agenda going.
Thank you so very much. The general public comment portion of the agenda is now closed with Mike Asmar. Mike Asmar?
And Madam Mayor, just for the record, written general public comment was received and has been distributed to all members seated at the dais, and copies are available at the public review table.
Thank you so very much, and I will call Mike Asmar one more time before we move on with the agenda. We will move on with the agenda. On to our consent calendar, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus 1C, 1G, and 1H? I have a motion and a second. I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Snow,
Aye.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron,
Councilmember LeBaron, aye.
Councilmember Castillo. Aye. Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
The motion carries, which was to approve the consent calendar excluding item number 1C, 1G, and 1H.
Thank you so very much. Item number 2 is the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 465, amending chapter 18.27 of Title 18 of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code related to alcoholic beverage sales. I'll turn this over to our city attorney, Kristen Steinke, to do the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. The recommended action for tonight for this item is to introduce for its second reading and adopt ordinance number 465, titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lemon Grove, California, amending Chapter 18.27 of Title 18 of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code related to alcoholic beverage sales. At the City Council meeting on November 19th, the City Council conducted the first reading and introduction of this ordinance. The ordinance will revise and update Chapter 18.27 of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code by ensuring off-sale alcohol retailers are held to the same standards and training as on-sale alcohol retailers. The revisions to the code will add language to existing sections of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code, define certain terms used for off-sale establishments that sell alcohol, further clarify existing definitions and provisions, ensure operating standards and requirements are understandable, and add a new section on enforcement. There were no public speakers at the November 19th meeting at the first reading of this ordinance, and the first reading was conducted and all were in favor of adoption of this ordinance. Since tonight's item is only the second reading of the ordinance, there is no further staff report. However, if there are comments or any revisions, those can be made at this time. Once the second reading is completed and the ordinance is adopted, the ordinance will go into effect in 30 days from today's date. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. City Clerk, do we have any speaker slips for this item?
Madam Mayor, we have no speaker slips for this matter.
Thank you. As this is the second reading for this ordinance number 465, basically we have asked our questions and had a thorough and robust conversation about it, but I will check to see if there are any questions or additional comments at that time, or at this time, but if not, then do we have a motion?
So I move that we introduce for its second reading by title only and adopt ordinance number 465, titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lemon Grove, California, amending Chapter 18.27 of Title 18 of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code related to alcohol beverage sales.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
The motion was made by Councilmember Snow with a second by Councilmember Gassion to approve staff's recommendation. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Snow.
Aye.
Councilmember Gassion.
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron.
Councilmember LeBaron, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 3 is the award of agreement to Rome Tech Incorporated for design services, pre-engineered building materials, and installation for the Berry Street restroom replacement project number 2025-12. I will turn this over to Izzy Murguia, who is our Public Works Director, to present the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. For tonight's item, staff is recommending an award of an agreement to Romtech Incorporated for design services and building materials for the Berry Street Park restroom replacement project. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to provide background on the funding for the park restroom replacement projects, challenges presented to completing the project, and staff's recommendation on moving forward to how best utilize existing funds. In April of 2021, staff had requested one-time funds from Assemblymember Dr. Weber's office through what's known as a member's request for restroom replacements based on budget discussions earlier that year. for those on the council, you may recollect the CIP workshop at that time. In October 2021, the city was notified that it was awarded $400,000 in a local assistance specified grant through the state's Department of Parks and Recreation. So, in essence, the member's request was obliged, and in order to get that money to the city, those funds had to go through some type of funding application, and it went through the State Department of Parks and Rec. In February 2022, the City Council approved the application for funding and essentially accepting those funds. The funding was programmed for restroom replacements at Berry Street Park and Lemon Grove Park as part of the fiscal year 2022-23 fiscal year, which is essentially July 1st of 2022. The project for the replacement of those restrooms has since been carried forward on the 23-24 CIP, and it's currently on the fiscal year 24-25 CIP. As many of you know, my predecessor departed the city in March of 2022. At that time, we also had an unfortunate death to our then senior management analyst, which essentially serves as the contract administrator for the Public Works Department. In essence, we had about 6 months vacancy where we did not have the staff to work on this project, carry this project forward until I joined the city in September 22. And at that time, there was some a learning curve to get up to speed with current projects. But in any case, fast forward to today. Next slide, please. Fast forward to today, staff is bringing forward this item because there's an opportunity to leverage and consolidate funding to complete one of the restroom replacement projects. I know this item, to many, there may have sticker shock with regards to the amount of the contract being recommended for award tonight, but I want to make note that the grants awarded to the city back in 2021, the $400,000, was never meant to fully fund the restrooms. They were meant to supplement or augment the cost for the full replacement of the project. In my professional opinion, we cannot design, demo the existing restrooms and install new restrooms for $200,000 a piece. And during this presentation, we'll walk you through that reasoning. But in essence, the reason why we're bringing this item forward tonight is that staff is, again, we have an opportunity to utilize ARPA funding. There is a funding gap for this project. Again, as I mentioned, if you're dividing the $400,000 evenly for each project at $200,000 a piece, staff will require additional funding to fully fund and install, design a restroom project. Nevertheless, ARPA funds expire at the end of this year, December 31st. Additionally, staff is recommending that we consolidate the Parks and Recreation grant of $400,000 and apply that to one restroom to essentially make our dollars go further, consolidate those funds to be able to complete at least one restroom project this year. We're recommending that those funds go to Berry Street Park. Berry Street Park is our largest, one of the two largest parks that we have. But it's also where the city hosts its signature events, concerts in the park, movies in the park, and it's heavily utilized, and so we're recommending that that funding be consolidated and utilized for Berry Street Park. slide, please. Next slide. So over the next two slides, we will discuss various building methodologies and the reasoning why we're recommending ROMTech and the design build approach. So to begin, the design build approach is essentially procuring the services of one contractor. So one contractor would provide the material, the design services to design and build the restroom. It's usually done through a restroom manufacturer, and there's several well-known restroom manufacturers. But essentially, this is a turnkey option. You get the design, the demo, the material, and the installation. The traditional build process would be the city would have to hire an architect to develop plans and specifications for the restroom building. So essentially, what kind of exterior building material, what type of floors, what type of sinks, how high are the sinks, what kind of doors, what size doors, all that detail goes in the design and plan and specifications. We'd have to hire an architect for that. We, unfortunately, at the city do not have in-house engineers nor the expertise to develop those plans and specs ourselves. Once the design process, or once hiring an architect, the city would get the plans and specifications. We would then, we could then bid out those plans and specifications to a separate contractor who would then take care of the installation. So a general contractor would then take those plans and specifications and construct the restroom. So those are the two methodologies. Next slide, please. So this slide here just provides a little bit more detail on the differences between the two methodologies. And again, staff's recommendation is moving forward with the design build. So over here on the laser pointer, on the design build option, so the overall process is streamlined again because we're hiring one contractor to do the design and install. Architectural fees are typically lower because the restroom design is included in the price of the building. So usually manufacturers already have template design restrooms. So they're off-the-shelf designs, they're ready to go. As opposed to hiring an architect, everything has to be designed, for the most part, custom, which requires additional time and fees are usually higher. With the design build option, construction materials are usually shipped out of the area. You know, that's a con to the design build process. Usually prefabricated restrooms are constructed off-site and then shipped in. Whereas if you were hiring a contractor to install it locally, you're bidding that out, you know, they would purchase material from local resources. And then one of the benefits for the design build, again, because you're dealing with prefabricated manufacturers who deal in large volumes, local agencies do get the opportunity to take advantage of discounts. On the traditional build side, again, this is a little bit more time consuming because we have to hire an architect. So not only does the architect have to put together the bid specifications for the building, but we also have to put in our bid specifications to hire that architect. Architectural fees are higher on a traditional build. Construction is handled locally. Again, on this option, you know, we would bid out the project and a local contractor from the area would have the opportunity to bid and construct the building. With this option, all warranty issues are the responsibility of the general contractor as opposed to design build, where we're dealing with a manufacturer from likely outside the state. And then with traditional build, the city is subject to general contractor markups. So those are the two differences between design build and the traditional build process. Next slide, please. So on the design build options, again, staff's recommendation is to go with a prefab manufacturer to undertake a design build method. We essentially have two options under this methodology. The first method here, one example of a manufacturer is Public Restroom Company. They build the restrooms, you can see here it's a modular building, completely off-site. The restroom is then trucked in and craned in a position. The example here to your right is also a prefabricated manufacturer, but you can consider this as kind of a hybrid approach. They actually have pre-engineered building materials, so everything is prefab, but the facility is built on site. So rather than it be constructed off-site and trucked in, all the material gets delivered to the site, and then the manufacturer then builds the facility. One of the benefits of having the building built on site is this approach here. There's a 6-month lead time for manufacturers to fulfill an order. And again, with coming out of COVID, we're still seeing supply chain issues. But in speaking with some manufacturers, they told me point blank that, yeah, you're gonna wait 6 months before your order is fulfilled. On the site-built prefab manufacturer, their process is 2 months. And so that was one of the reasons why staff is recommending this methodology. In doing our research, Romtech Incorporated is a prefab manufacturer that builds, again, pre-engineered building material off-site, delivers it to the site, and builds at the location. Next slide, please. So Romtech Incorporated was selected through the California Multiple Award Schedule, also known as CMAS. CMAS essentially is a state program. It offers a variety of services through a state contract managed by the Department of General Services. Essentially, the Department of General Services held a competitive bid, awarded a contract for prefabricated restroom design, and Romtech was awarded that contract. CMAS has a variety of services, but this is just one. The CMAS program creates a pool of suppliers that an agency can solicit from. This is an example. We need design services. We can then piggyback, which is a common phrase used. We can utilize this contract to construct our restroom. The CMAS process, or the cooperative purchasing process, streamlines the procurement process. It's obviously different from the competitive typical bid process. The use of the CMAS program is optional, and it is available to local government agencies to use, such as ourselves. Our municipal code, section 3.2409, allows for the purchase of goods and services through cooperative purchasing programs. And so, staff is looking at this program to streamline our process to work more effectively to get this project completed. This is how Romtech was selected. Next slide, please. So in working with RomTech, we looked at design options, and essentially the building for Berry Street Park was, for the most part, all the variety of aesthetics, fixtures were chosen for that location. Staff's recommendation is to keep with the current size of the existing restroom at Berry Street Park, so, and keeping within the same design. So currently we have a men's and a women's restroom. Each facility has 2 stalls, so in the men's there's a urinal and a toilet stall, and in the women's restroom there's 2 toilet stalls. So we're keeping with that service level. Maintenance, vandalism, durability. In selecting design options, we selected fixtures that were highly durable, that provide low maintenance. So for example, stainless steel fixtures as opposed to porcelain fixtures. We have a high rate of vandalism at our parks every weekend. Through the use of stainless steel fixtures, you're able to remove graffiti easily, remove any scratches, and essentially they're very tamper-proof. Additionally, another example is roofing. We went with a aluminum roof for long-term durability as opposed to asphalt shingles, which have to be replaced, more often. Also, we went with standardized equipment. There's options to go very custom. So for example, there was a feature where you could set a timer on the park restroom doors, and at a certain time, the doors could open, say at 7 a.m. On their own. So you could go very custom, very high-end aesthetics, use siding, but for our design, we kept it, aesthetically pleasing to the park, but also keeping cost in mind. And we'll show you some examples that replicate the design options. And then lastly, for this location, we added a overhang to the park, and I wish I would have included a picture, but at Berry Street Park, there's a picnic area kind of at the back of the restroom. It's utilized for rentals. Currently, there's a shade awning that constantly gets ripped and torn, but that picnic area is used for rentals. It's somewhat of an extension of the building, but there was an option to provide an overhang from the back of the building to provide somewhat of a pavilion to that picnic area to enhance not only the visitors' experience, but also our rental customers as well. Next slide, please. So here are just some conceptual plans with regards to design options. Again, we are going with the CMU block wall. There's a 50-year lifespan for the use of this type of building material as opposed to utilizing wood siding. We're utilizing a metal roof. It's all self-ventilating. There's an overhang at the front of the restroom, again, to provide or protect visitors from, if it is raining or the sun. We also included a water fountain at the front of the building. Again, the setup for the interior of the building, you have the women's, the men's, again, two service stalls each, again, keeping with the same format, and then the mechanical room here in the middle. Essentially, that's where our plumbing, water lines, electrical panels all are located. Next slide, please. So here are design examples, just following up from the previous slide. This example here best represents what could be there. So you have a standard color CMU block wall, the metal roof. You have a separate men's, women's restroom, and you have a utility room in the middle. What this restroom doesn't have is that overhang that was selected for ours. Ours would have a drinking fountain here. But for the most part, kind of aesthetically, this is what it would look like. The overhang, this is just an example of the pavilion. I call it a pavilion overhang, or picnic area overhang. But it would extend from the rear of the facility or the building. Currently, there's picnic tables currently at Berry Street Park, providing visitors with shade and more pleasant visiting experience. Next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of the costs for this project. So supply and design. This cost here is essentially having the manufacturer or the design already built-in cost for the building, and all the building materials. So the CMU block wall, the roof, all the plumbing fixtures, everything that will be essentially delivered to be built on site. Demolition and installation. So, there's there's a current restroom there. We have a CMU block wall there currently. We have to demo that building and rebuild. And so that is the construction cost that you see in the second line. As I mentioned, the manufacturer is from Southern Oregon, and so all the materials will be coming and shipped in from Southern Oregon, and so there's freight packaging costs. Earlier I mentioned the CMAS discount. Because Romtech was awarded the state contract, that gives them the ability to do business with any other local agency in the state, and as a result of that, the state has granted Romtech or required Romtech to essentially provide a discount to agencies, and so we're seeing an 8.3% discount. In total, the recommended award for the contract is $566,169.26. Additional costs here, we have costs for inspection. Again, these are estimates. Contingency, 5% is really, really low, and that number is really high, and I don't expect that we would utilize the contingency, but whenever you're doing public works projects, you always run into something. And so we have a total project cost of $604,169. And speaking with colleagues around the county, Romtech is being utilized in the city of Vista, city of Imperial Beach, city of Carlsbad. I know the costs are high, but it is the cost for a public works construction project. With prevailing wages increasing, materials increasing, supply chain costs, the costs are what the costs are. Additionally, you got to remember that embedded design costs are included as part of the overall project. If we were to go out and design this project separately, the design costs could be higher. And also the award costs as well. That's unknown. You're subject to market conditions. I'll speak a little more about that later, but in any case, this is the overall project cost. Next slide, please. Understanding that there might be some hesitancy with the cost of the project, staff has provided some alternatives to bring down that cost of the project. First off is eliminating that front overhang. It's probably like a 5-foot overhang over the entry points of the men's and women's restroom and the water fountain, cutting that back, would save some costs. Additionally, eliminating that picnic area overhang at the rear of the building, over the picnic area, would save about $60,000. All that material is steel, and steel is very expensive at this moment, and so, that cost represents that addition. Staff can also go back and work with the manufacturer for less durable materials, fixtures. Again, we can look at not going with stainless steel, going with porcelain, going with cheaper materials. Sheet roof shingles might be happy medium. Getting rid of anti-graffiti coatings. Again, our bathrooms get graffiti probably 2 to 3 times a week. And so having that anti-graffiti on the block wall will help our staff reduce maintenance costs. And then lastly, again, we can change the last recommendation would be just change the methodology approach. So we could remove the installation and demolition costs from the scope of services and simply have ROMTech do design and supply, get that bid packet, and then bid that out ourselves. And so an example would be, Joel, can you go back 1 slide? Yeah, thank you. So the last recommendation would be just doing supply and design. And so the cost would be this amount here for the design of the restroom and the supply of the material. This is an approach that we, similar approach to what we do or what we have done this year with our roofing projects and our HVAC projects. And then this demolition and installation amount, this would be a big question mark. At what point we would come back to the city council once we bid out that project or this project, and that amount would be subject to the lowest bid early next year. Again, we don't know what that cost would be. One of the I do caution the council. In speaking with ROMTech, they have certified suppliers here in the area. They have informed me that they're very competitive in the area, and what they've seen is cities would bid out this section of the project. General contractors will call them up and ask them, hey, what's your price to build the restroom? Okay, great, we'll use your price and mark it up 10%. So there is a risk here that we can come back early next year and this amount will be this plus 10%. But staff is open and seeks council's direction on the approach that you'd like us to take. Joel, can you move forward? Okay. Before we get to the recommendation, again, we're bringing this item forward because the use of ARPA funds expires at the end of the month, and staff is recommending utilizing ARPA funds to close the gap or partially fund this project and committing those funds. I do want to let the council know that the grant fund deadline for this project doesn't expire until June 2028. It is my goal that we get this project done or Lemon Grove Park done way before then, but in no means is there an immediate deadline to expend the grant funds. So I just want to make that clear. The sole purpose of bringing this item tonight is for committing ARPA funds should the city council consider that for this project. With that, staff's recommendation is to amend the city local assistance specified grant application and allow the current allocated $400,000 in grant funds to be used for the completion of one park restroom site, authorizing the appropriation of $50,000 from the parkland dedication ordinance reserve to partially fund the park restroom replacement project, and authorizing an appropriation of $155,000 in ARPA funds to partially fund the restroom replacement project. And lastly, award an agreement to Romtech Inc. for the design, supply, installation of a restroom building for $566,169, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute any necessary documents. That concludes staff's recommendation. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so very much for providing that very thorough presentation tonight. I want to check with our city clerk to see if we have any speaker slips for this item.
Madam Mayor, we have no speaker slips for this matter.
Thank you so very much. And so I will do 2 rounds of questions per our city council policy. And it's 2 questions per round. And I'll start with Councilmember Snow.
Can you break down for me how much it is for supply, how much for design, how much for demo, and how much for installation?
Go back to project costs. The figures here are the solid figures that I have. I don't have a breakdown for the materials themselves. For demo, yeah, $368,668, $30,000 was quoted for demolition.
Did you do an analysis of what this would cost us if we did the traditional build?
So on the traditional build, the analysis went as far as speaking with a couple of design firms for the design, and at a minimum, we're looking at $125,000 to $150,000 for the design.
Thank you so very much. Councilmember LeBaron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for Izzy. So this, well, we're gonna have another round, okay. So, because I think I have a lot of questions. I'm not sure that I'm only gonna have 2 questions. Bathrooms at Berry Street, over on Mount Vernon, in Massachusetts, and then bathrooms over at Lemon Grove Park, is what most locals call Washington Street Park, on Washington Street. So, oh, hello. Okay, so new bathrooms are gonna be, are being proposed to be constructed at both of those locations. All right. Is any of the plumbing, is the plumbing gonna be moved around?
So yes, as part of the project, all the existing plumbing, so plumbing, sewer, water utilities, electrical, all have to be essentially cut back 10 feet from the building pad as part of the construction process. The contractor then will, or Romtech will then come and build the restroom facility and then plumb in and bring in any of the utility lines. So The answer is yes, it includes all plumbing and utilities.
Now, the cost of this seems quite astronomical. I wanna say, I'm not a contractor. You would have more knowledge of this than I, or maybe a lot of us, I'm not sure, I'll just speak for myself. Couldn't we essentially build an entire house for this amount of money?
Yes.
Yeah.
Full on.
Two-story.
Full on. Over 300,000 square foot house. These are just bathrooms with 3 commodes, like 3 places where people are gonna sit and take a dump. For a lot of money. Is that, am I off? No. Can you not build a giant house with like $600,000 from start to finish, everything, not just 3 wrappers essentially?
We could, but to answer your question, it's not an apples to apples comparison. We're working in the public sector, we're subject to prevailing wage. So we have to pay, 1.5 times, 2.5 times what a private developer what it would cost them to build something similar. Additionally, building materials are not quite the same. We're dealing with CMU block walls as the exterior of the building as opposed to the wood and drywall. So the fixtures, finishes are a lot more durable commercial use. So not quite apples to apples.
Okay, you said
But if you were hiring a private developer, yes, you could build something similar for that cost, but we're not private development.
You said that we're subject to prevailing wage. Does that mean that there's a law saying that we have to pay people prevailing wage to build toilets, or can we, by law, do we have to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gaston?
Thank you. Well, I'm very conscious of the fact that this is my last regular meeting, and I'm not gonna be on the council when this is finished. I'm thinking I won't even be on the council when all the final decisions are made on this, because, but that's what my first question is gonna be about. What we're looking at right now is appropriating $205,000 to be added to $400,000. And let me know if I'm on the right track. I'm under the impression that some of these decisions are not necessarily made tonight, that they're made down the road, that we're just starting the ball, or keeping the ball rolling if we approve $205,000 tonight. So that's, I realize it doesn't end in a question mark, but I think that's my question, if you see a question there.
Councilmember Gasso, I don't follow, so maybe you can rephrase, but.
Well, the recommendation is calling for $205,000, right? Right? There's a lot to consider here, and my question is tonight, we're gonna ask to appropriate $205,000. I mean, that's the recommendation. Are we necessarily deciding whether we want an overhang, whether we want stainless steel, whether we want shingles on the roof? Are those decisions also to be made right now, or are they potentially down the line?
So to answer your question, staff is seeking council's direction. If the council wants to move forward with this contract, but not at this cost, we would have to go back to the manufacturer and select different type of fixtures to bring that cost down and remove the overhang or whatnot. And so, my recommendation is, staff's recommendation is to move forward with awarding the contract to Romtech with those design features existing at that cost. However, again, if the council wishes otherwise, either with the existing design options, we're open to, relooking at those design options and coming back to council early next year with a different approach, with the caveat being those ARPA funds won't be committed for this project.
Yeah, I think my question was, could we make a commitment, without necessarily saying that we want all these things? I think you're saying that if we think we might not want all those things, we go back to the drawing board and redesign it. I think that's what I hear you saying.
So to answer this question, and the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially, if we wanted to commit to ARPA funds, we would essentially, we'd have to issue a purchase order to Romtech, and at 250,000, or, sorry, not 250,000, but the 150,000 in ARPA funds would go towards the supply and design, would be an option. Otherwise, if there is no contract award to Romtech with regards to any option, then those ARPA funds will have to be recommitted to something else.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking maybe we could commit the money, but we wouldn't necessarily be signing up for every one of the options. But I feel like I'm getting a pretty good sense of this. Do I have another question? How similar would you say this is to the existing bathroom? Because the picture I see on the left looks a lot like the existing bathroom. The picture I see on the right looks like something new and very different. What's your sense? Are we replicating what we already have, or are we adding some new amenities for the community?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So currently, what we currently have there is a CMU block wall. So we would continue to have a CMU block wall there. Contrast, Lemon Grove Park, the facility there is made out of wood, plywood. And so from that aesthetic, that essentially would remain the same. You would have a metal roof, so give it kind of a more urban type of feel. The overhang, again, the picnic overhang would be a new amenity. Additionally, the addition of the water fountain affixed to the building would be a new amenity. And then a lot of just internal components of the restroom that we currently don't have: automatic flushers, hand dryers. The graffiti coating.
Thank you, and yeah, so it sounds like we would actually be getting quite a bit more than what we already have. I think I've used up my question.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Well, this is a beautiful design. It would be a beautiful addition to our parks. But I think that the price of this is outrageous. Even though I appreciate your explanation and breakdown of all the costs, and I understand that it does seem like a lot. One question that I have is, I thought, and this I think is probably the manager, I thought that we had already that we already had plans for all the ARPA plan funds. So where does this $155,000?
That's some of the cost savings on the roofing project and on the HVAC project. Because remember, those bids came in lower than estimate. And so then we do have a little bit of dollars that we could obligate for the grant. And if we don't obligate those, we'll just have to go back to the federal government. But there is a requirement that we obligate all of the monies, and we obligated a large portion to infrastructure, so this meets the infrastructure category. And we have to issue, what Mr. Murguia has said, is issue not general fund money, it's 100% grant. And again, as Mr. Murguia said, going back to
Councilmember Gastel's question, is if the council chooses to value engineer this project, we're perfectly fine with that. We just won't have the ARPA funds to supplement, and if we can't get it within the $400,000 range, there's just gonna have to be a little supplement from either general fund reserves, an allocation, or from what we currently have is the parkland dedication. That's perfectly in the domain of council. We can perfectly work with it.
Well, I mean, I would have preferred to, if we have excess ARPA funds, can't we put them towards streets, or, we had also discussed fixing the roof on the senior center. I think that was like $200,000. Do we have a choice of, shouldn't we have a choice of where we want to put the excess funds?
You do. You do.
So, staff is currently doing those things, is we have, put some towards streets, like some of the ARPA funds is gonna use to resurface Main Street to complement what we're doing with Phoenix Main Street. And we're also getting a,
So if we
quote
don't,
for the senior center.
okay, so if we don't put it towards this project, we're not gonna lose it. Correct. Okay, alright. And, okay, so that answers there. When we first sent this, to the state, this, for this grant sent in, it was super rushed, and it helped.
Here we are.
Yeah. Could you, Councilmember Porter, could you move your phone, because I can't see. I'm actually recording. But you can see it's 600,000. I wanted to see just to see it. Is that okay? Thank you. So when we talked about, when we submitted, you weren't here when we first submitted this. It was very last minute, very rushed. None of us had an opportunity to look at it. But what we submitted to the state was, was for a bathroom, and it was $200,000 each, and that price seemed out, I was shocked at that price at the time. It was $200,000 for one bathroom, but that did not include any of the demolition or installation costs. That was just for a prefab bathroom. And it wasn't super attractive either. But did we get any costs on, I go to a lot of parks in San Diego and the county. And what you see, park bathrooms kind of moving towards now are non-gender specific bathrooms. So you can just, especially like at the beach, you can just walk up and man, woman, child, you just walk in a door and you're not in a bathroom, and then there's a sink on the outside where everybody can wash their hands and maybe a drinking fountain. And I'm thinking that type of a prefab unit where they just put it on a truck, whether it's by this company, and I did do some research ahead of time. There aren't like a plethora of prefab bathroom manufacturers for us to choose from. It's not like thousands or hundreds or even 50 or 40 or 30. We're pretty restricted in the number of companies that actually manufacture these, and I've seen them at trade shows. So I know we don't have like a huge choice. But did you compare the cost of these just kind of, where they just basically put it on the truck? It's not gonna look as pretty as this, and drive it out and just drop it down, and it's one of these prefab bathrooms.
Yeah, we did, and thank you for that question. So in reviewing my predecessor's files, at that time, he was working with a company called Public Service Restroom Company that provided facilities such as that. At that time, 2021, The cost for a prefab restroom, providing the same type of fixtures, was in the low 200s, high 190s is the quote that was provided at that time. And speaking with the same vendor today, that cost is now in the $250,000 range for that same facility in 2021.
That's not 668.
You know, again, going back, if the council decides to, you know, have that relook at this, if we go with that type of option, that type of building where we're trucking in a pre-made building, we would still need additional funds, and that can be decided at that time to complete the full installation. That, you know, at $200,000 for each restroom, that doesn't cover the costs.
Right. So you're saying that it's cheaper? Yes. I mean, the supply and design is $206,000 plus $7,803. So my question was, is there a difference in price? And you're basically saying no.
The answer is yes, there is a difference in price. Where the prefab, where that building gets shipped in, we're looking at $250. Where the materials get shipped in and a contractor builds it, that's the 206 plus the 7,000, so 215,000, 215-ish.
So the installation is pretty expensive.
The installation is expensive, which would have to be, you know, we would have to come back to the council with a contract to install in early 2020, or in 2025. And that cost, again, is unknown.
I think that there's an opportunity to gain more understanding regarding dollars, because I hear conversations about dollars, and essentially, what is on the table right now are ARPA funds. And after December 31st, those ARPA funds will no longer be available, which means that as you enter into 2025 and decisions are made, the money will come out of the general fund. So this is our opportunity to take advantage of the ARPA funds while we know that the cost may seem large. The ARPA funds can be utilized rather than taxpayer dollars in order to build a bathroom. And that is what we're dealing with right now. So the question that we have to answer is, do we want to take advantage of the ARPA funds today, or do we want to kick the can down the road? I won't be here, but then utilize taxpayer dollars to build these bathrooms. That's the real question. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that that is very clear. I have no other questions at this time, so I'll go ahead and start the second round with Councilmember Snow.
I'm gonna go ahead and start with a little bit of deliberation and ask a couple questions as I go along. So when I first got this, I had the exact same reaction as Councilmember LeBaron and Councilmember Mendoza, that this price tag is astronomical. I have the same, how many square feet is this? Is this a palace? Are we putting in gold toilets? Like, what are we doing here? And to find that it is almost exactly the same size without the kind of amenities that I want. I'll tell you, I got a grandbaby, I'm pushing her in a stroller. I don't wanna have to leave the stroller outside while I take my baby in to go get her diaper changed. I wanna be able to walk in with the stroller and be able to change a diaper in there. If I'm in a wheelchair, I wanna have access to it, a sidewalk that extends to it. Our current restroom doesn't have that. It has a rim of mud around it that you have to then step out of into the bathrooms. We have a lot of logistical issues with the current design, and so just plopping a new building on top of this current platform, I don't think is what we want, especially when there's a price tag of $600,000 attached to it. If I'm gonna pay that kind of money, I want a really nice bathroom. My other issue is, both sites need bathrooms. And I don't know why we're only doing one site now. Are we obligated under the terms of the grant that we agreed to actually build out 2 sites? Are we gonna see $600,000 and $600,000? And so I have a ton of questions, and before I got to this meeting, I did express these to the city manager and ask for these answers and let city staff know that I had so many questions. Like Councilmember LeBaron said, there's a lot of questions about this design, how we can build it out, what we want to do with it, what we want it to look like. And right now to try and push those is really difficult. My understanding is that we have quite a few ways we can use those ARPA funds, and we just have to use those by December 31st. We still have another council meeting to decide how to use those excess funds. So one of my questions is to the city manager, exactly how much in excess ARPA funds do we have to use before December 31st?
We either have to do change orders or obligate the funds by December 31st. It doesn't mean we have to spend them, but obligate them. And in my rough estimates of what we were looking at based on the final cost, we've got about $300,000. And so some of that money was going to be used as a change order, like I said, for for Main Street. So we had a nice resurfacing from Connect Main Street all the way to Broadway. And then second of all, we're looking at and getting estimates from the roofing contractor to do the roofs over at the senior center. And they're also a general contractor that can then do the shoring. And so we're asking for estimates of those costs to see if we can get that connection done with ARPA funds so we can get the senior center up.
That's quite a bit of money, and even if we have, currently at the rec center, there's a urinal that doesn't work in the men's bathroom, the water fountain doesn't work, there's a lot of repairs that need to be done and upgraded to the rec center bathrooms to make them fully functional, and hopefully we can get those open. We also have unfunctional bathrooms over at the trolley. That would be really nice to use those funds to be able to repair those. And if we spend $155,000 on both those projects, we probably could get all those bathrooms up and running. So I think that might be a better use on this. At this point, to Councilmember Mendoza's point, I think that the design doesn't really fit the current needs of the community. I think accessibility needs to be something that's addressed. If I see a future design, I would love to see, if not separate stalls, at least a family style ADA accessible one that you can roll your wheelchair into without any problems. And I would like to see sidewalk connections to the bathrooms to be able, so that people aren't, like the bathrooms now are on the side without any concrete or cement. And I would like to see both places, both parks have facilities. Thank you.
To answer kind of those concerns, I completely understand. Keep in mind that what would be required is essentially kind of a redesign of the park, per se, or a minor redesign of the park to include those sidewalks to this proposed facility, either now or in the future, which again would be separate from a contract in the future to replace the facilities. And then with regards to, I just did want to note that the restroom, these restrooms do include baby changing stations. They are ADA compliant. Obviously, you have to get to the restroom first, and I get that.
Councilmember LeBaron. record our council meetings with my own cell phone, put it on the internet for people to see. That's what's going on right here. So there are people who are also watching this meeting live via this, but will be watching after the fact. So I want to clarify for the record. Back in, what was it, 2021, from the staff report, right? The city requested one-time funds from Assemblyman Weber's office in the amount of, and we were awarded $400,000 to build bathrooms at 2 locations, at both Berry Street and Washington Street. 2 bathrooms. However, please correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe I heard staff say today that the $400,000 would not suffice to repair 1 bathroom, or something about one bath. This is only for 1 bathroom. Am I mistaken?
The item tonight is for 1 restroom.
Okay, hold on. So can you clarify? So all this money, over $400,000, is getting spent on just on 1 bathroom?
Right.
Oh my God. I am sorry. This is absolutely ridiculous. Over $400,000 for 1 bathroom. When we initially were awarded money back in 2021, it was for we were given a free money, a grant. Yes, I am just now figuring how ridiculous this is. I mean, once we let this all settle in, my goodness gracious, back in 2021, we were awarded, given free money, $400,000 for the construction of 2 bathrooms. And we thought, as Jennifer Mendoza said earlier, that that was ridiculous. And now today, I knew something was wrong. I thought, wait, hold on. 1 bathroom? I heard the word 1. I have remembered it was for 2, which was ridiculous. You're now asking for the construction of 1 bathroom for over $400,000. Not only did our free money, we could have used this back, costs have gone up. We could have been good shepherds of the public's money and used this money to make do with that $400,000 of free money. By the way, it's not free, it's tax dollars. It's all of our money, all that money that goes to the federal government, state. It's our money, it's not free money. It's just about the distribution, allocation of those funds. This council has a habit of saying that there's free money, we're getting free money. It's not free money. This is all money that we, as hardworking citizens, pay to our government. It goes into different pots and then gets distributed in various ways. So rather than being good shepherds of this money and constructing this earlier, now, according to staff, prices have gone up. And now we have to suffice with you. Now staff is asking for more than $400,000 of our money to construct only 1 bathroom. This is ridiculous. This is ludicrous. I'm positive that we can get something like this done for way cheaper. And my opinion is that we definitely should not dedicate any more of the public's money towards 1 bathroom for, my goodness. Instead of having staff come prepared with having looked at all different kinds of options and exhausted every kind of option, and shown us, the public, all these different contractors' options so that we can intelligently consider them and be the best stewards of the public's money. That is how I feel.
Well said.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, now that I said that, so it's clarified. Over $400,000, a lot more than $400,000 for only 1 bathroom. Jeez. Oh my. Okay. And this goes to my question that I wrote down. Staff's asking for a sizable chunk of taxpayer money to construct essentially toilet enclosures. People are not living in these, we're not having parties inside of these. They're to serve a very limited function. My question is, why wouldn't staff come prepared to this meeting with contractors' options, with costs for us to consider tonight, versus talking in the theoreticals about, well, we might be able to save money, we have to look into that. Well, isn't that the point of these meetings? That we are here, well, none of us do this full time. We hire professional staff. I am not a contractor, I'm not a plumber. And to my knowledge, none of us are. We are not experts in building stuff, to my knowledge. I certainly am not, I'll speak for myself. But we have experts, like you, Izzy, appreciate all your work. We have talented staff. And that's why we come to these meetings, so that our staff comes fully prepared with all these different options, cost-saving options. That's why all the people care. They care about how we're gonna save their money, how we're gonna use it wisely. And then have us, as the board of this organization, which we call this city, to consider it. So the question, back to the question, why wouldn't staff come prepared to this meeting with contractors' options with costs for us to consider tonight? Being that seems like there are a lot of different options.
Well, Councilmember, sorry to feel that we come prepared, but as I mentioned earlier in my PowerPoint, there's two options, design build and the traditional build, where we contract out the project to a contractor. If we do the traditional build process, we can't, 'cause we would have to come before you with an architect to design a restroom, which again, as I mentioned, we'd be looking at probably in excess of $100,000 to design a restroom. To clarify your earlier comments, back in 2021, these funds weren't allocated to fully fund the whole cost of the restroom. Back in 2021, when staff was looking at prefab facilities, the cost for a prefab facility at that time, as I mentioned earlier, was in the high 190s, low 200s. That's just for the facility itself. It does not include demo, does not include install, does not include any site improvements. It was just for the facility itself, which is where the number came from, that 200,000, when staff made the request from the assembly member's office at that time.
Okay, then my question is, why wouldn't staff ask for the appropriate amount of money why would we only ask for 200? One, that seems outrageous, but still, why would we not ask for all the monies needed to construct this stuff?
With staff that was there present at the time, the idea was to have staff do the demolition, staff to do some of the work, our current staff to do some of the work, and not a general contractor. That's what we were looking at that sort of methodology.
Okay, then why can't our current staff do that then, do the demo? Most of these structures are not high tech. They're very simple structures. They're cinder blocks.
And that is correct. And
they're not complicated whatsoever. They are cinder block little structures.
And again, we're seeking direction from the city council. The city council would like us to go back and, again, value engineer this, so we can get it closer to the 200,000 mark for each of the parks. We certainly can do that. The only thing that we miss is allocating this delta, because there will be a delta, from ARPA funds. That's all.
Well, I am all for saving the public's money and utilizing the assets that we currently have to do so. And our public works employees are tremendous assets to this community. And I have full faith that they can do many things if they are empowered to do so by their management.
Fix the roads.
Councilmember Gasly?
Yeah, thank you. Well, as I understand it, the big question tonight is whether to dedicate $205,000 to this project with the recommendation, or whether to direct staff to find another use for the $205,000. I think we all agree that $205,000 is a lot of money, and that we want to make sure that we get the most out of the ARPA funds that are available. I might be a minority opinion on this one, which has been unusual during my time as a council member, but it has happened. Because I'm not sure there is a better use. I mean, I can think of some, we could put $205,000 for streets. When you look at when you look at how much we've been spending on streets in the millions and how much we get, we wouldn't get all that much for $205,000. I mean, it's significant. I'm not sure that it's more significant than the amenities that we see. I actually think we might be underestimating how much this bathroom idea is really truly awesome. And I'll agree that I didn't think that it would cost $604,000 plus something. But I'm not an expert, and I think as a great wise person said, it costs what it costs. You know, our staff did come prepared. Our staff came prepared with various options. They did an incredible amount of research. I think we just don't like the options that they're showing us. That doesn't mean they didn't come prepared. That doesn't mean that they didn't do their job. And you know, I think it's a real genuine question. $205,000 for this project or $205,000 for something else. I actually would encourage people.
605.
I actually would encourage people to take another look at the project and think about the value of the project. I'd really like to encourage people that don't get distracted by where else we have bathrooms or where else we have problems in the city. This is a very important park. This is where concerts in the park happen. If we have a beautiful, I'm not gonna try to oversell it, but if we have a nice looking bathroom that meets a lot of people's needs and durability, being violent, vandal proof to the extent that's possible, those are all things that are really valuable. If we have a really good bathroom that people visit people from all over the county come to concerts in the park, or at least all over the East County, that's really worth something. That's no small thing.
Yeah, they're all coming here for the bathroom.
And
3 stalls.
You know, what else could we do? What else could we do with the $205,000 that is as valuable as this bathroom? We could in fact put it toward a roof somewhere. We could put it toward streets, and, you know, and maybe we can consider that. But I'd encourage people to stop and think. $205,000. It's significant, but in the grand scheme of things, if you look at how much we appropriated for streets at the last meeting, you know, millions of dollars. If you look, and this isn't the only source we're ever going to see. With Measure T, we'll have an incredible amount of money to spend on streets and other things. And I think maybe having a nice bathroom, it's worth looking at. And if I'm a minority of one, well, that's okay. And I want to echo the concerns about being able to walk to it. I think that the area right around the park, right around the bathroom and right around the park is something that needs a lot of work. And so, in my mind, we're talking about the bathroom, and in my mind, it's 2 restrooms on one location. You know, the men's and the women's. I think when we say one restroom, we mean one location. But in my mind, we have $205,000, and I actually think this is a viable plan. And I think that the other considerations, you know, we've got Measure T, we've got other funds potentially coming in. I think there's a lot of potential to do a lot of good for this city. And I wouldn't get bogged down in you know, the fact that this is just one restroom location. If we could do something really positive, then it would have a huge impact for the long-term vitality of Lemon Grove. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
So I'd like to make a recommendation that we don't vote on this tonight, that we don't authorize any appropriation of ARPA funds for this project, that we put them towards other projects. the $50,000 from the parkland dedication, we could vote on that later. So we still could include that. I'd like to see what it would cost, some different. Well, I would like to see what it would cost for us.
Microphone.
I'm sorry.
It's not working?
I'd like to see what it would cost for us to do, just like more of the stripped down model. The actual,
Councilmember LeBaron, your phone is right in the line of sight of Councilmember Mendoza to see staff. So if you could just move it to a different location. You can record and put it wherever you want, but it's distracting.
So I would like to have staff bring back to us what we looked at initially, which I will admit I didn't like, but now I've grown to like it. And that would be an actual prefab unit, because obviously that is gonna cost less money to install. The big installation is they're shipping the materials, and then somebody has to put it all together on site. That's why the installation costs so much. But if it's already been prefabbed somewhere else, I understand there'll still be installation costs, but it won't have to be built on the site. They're just gonna drop it in, of course, there's gonna be other things that have to be done. As far as demo, I would think, our Public Works Department would be perfectly capable of doing the demo. In fact, we could have a fun demo day with the community where everybody brings their sledgehammer and knocks the thing down. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. That'd be very dangerous. I don't want anybody to do that. I could see where our staff could do the demo. Although $30,000 in the grand scheme of things doesn't seem like that much. But, I'd like to see if we could get closer to the $450,000. What would $450,000 get us in the way of a bathroom instead of $600,000? This is beautiful, it's awesome, but, we need a bathroom and one that's accessible. And that could easily be done just by orienting the bathroom the other way, because there is plenty of concrete on the, I guess that would be the west side. There is plenty of concrete on the west side, just not on the north or the east. And you don't want it to face the south, and that's where the concerts are and stuff. So anyway, that's my recommendation. Our new council members are here, and so this is something they can look forward to, coming back to us at some point. So maybe we could just put a little more, bring us a few more ideas besides this one, and that's the direction I'm going.
Okay, so, there was a recommendation from staff, and if you can pull that slide up. But it seems as though, here tonight, I'm getting the feeling that council wants staff to go back and do an analysis, perhaps a comparison of cost, and bring that back to the next city council meeting Can that be achieved?
We would not be able to get it to the next city council meeting, but it would be a city council meeting probably in January, most likely the second meeting in January to do that research. There's really just a week to get staff reports done between this meeting and next meeting. There's just not enough time for staff reports. But, and if that's the council's pleasure, we can certainly come back at a future meeting in January with, options for the council to consider to stay within the framework of the original grant.
Thank you for providing that clarification. And along with that, because it will extend past the December 31st deadline for ARPA funds, which do not come out of the general fund, my assumption is that decisions regarding, or not necessarily decisions, but an outline of the $300,000 in terms of, an outline in terms of how those funds could be spent, need to come forward before December 31st. And so, my question is, how can we make sure that this city does not lose the opportunity to maximize those ARPA funds? Because if those funds are not obligated by December 31st, then those funds will go back to the federal government.
And thank you, Madam Mayor. As mentioned tonight, there are projects that we currently have under works that we could do change orders and extend those contracts, and we're looking at a few of those options currently. We could look at to see if we can quickly get somebody engaged, because it will be probably close to my authority or near the CUPA authority for the repair of the rec center restrooms. That would come under the infrastructure umbrella. So we do have options to take a look at that. Trust me, when we have grant dollars that are given to us, the last thing I like to do is give it back to the federal government. The good part about the state dollars, it's a reimbursement based, so the state still has the money. We don't have the money, we don't have to give it back. And as Mr. Murguia said, we have until 2028 to fully expend those funds. So there's time.
But for clarification, not time for the ARPA funds. So those have to be outlined, identified projects, and a PO established designating those funds for projects. I will say this, as I know that any type of movement won't take place tonight, but I am in agreement with Councilmember Gastill. And I'm in agreement with Councilmember Gastill regarding applying funding, because government projects are costly. They are not cheap and they are not free. And when there's an opportunity to maximize funding that doesn't touch the general fund, that doesn't come very often. And I would be very remiss to know that that a decision could not happen because of a few dollars. Again, government projects are costly, and there's no way to get around that. You cannot compare a government project to a private project, perhaps the building of a private business, or even building of a single family home. There's no way that you can do that. But this is what I do know. This city deserves to have more. And we deserve to have better. And it is our obligation to invest in ourselves. And opportunities like this one right here, they don't come very often. You know, I know that we deserve better and we deserve more. And it is my hope that as the city of Lemon Grove moves forward, that it moves forward in a way where the added value is realized, not just by the elected officials, but realized by this community as a whole. If you want a better quality of life, then you're gonna have to invest in yourself. That's important. You gotta invest in yourself. So, with this item, I know that with the recommendations right there on the screen, we don't have support for that, we don't have a motion for that, but I think that some direction was provided to staff to come back.
Yes, clear on the direction, appreciate council's feedback, with regards to Councilmember Mendoza's, direction or suggestion. We'll come back and look at the prefab truck delivery option. Again, staff did look at that option. We didn't recommend that option because of that 6-month delay. So just keep that in mind when we come back to council. There will be a significant delay, but in any case, happy to look at the alternatives and looking forward to coming back to council and presenting those options.
Thank you so very much. I think we will move on to item number 4.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, there may be a motion. I'm not sure you called for a motion.
I did not call for a motion, given the comments that were shared here by the council members. I did not hear support for this project. I heard Councilmember Snow say that she has many questions. I also heard Councilmember LeBaron say that she has questions. I heard support from Councilmember Gastill for this project. And I heard comments from Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza. During the entire time, I did not hear a motion. But I heard recommendations for staff to go back and do work. And so, given that, at this point in time, there's no need for a motion, because the council members feel that they need more information.
Look the other way. This side.
Through our city attorney, I do hear the recommendation from our council members here, but do we just need like general consensus from the council regarding?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to belabor this and say it all over again, that's fine. But I did not hear a recommendation for a motion. And what I heard from the council members is that more information is required. And in order to make a very thoughtful decision, it's okay for this council to make that request. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Snow, and if Councilmember LeBaron would like to share a few comments, you can follow up after Councilmember Snow.
Thank you for the opportunity. So we heard from one council member regarding those recommendations. I also want to go back to the original plan where we were going to provide bathrooms at both sites. So in addition to Councilmember Mendoza's recommendations, I would like to add that I want to see recommendations and cost and analysis for the Lemon Grove Avenue, I still call it the Washington Street Park. So the Washington Street Park and the Berry Street Park, so that we're fixing both of those bathrooms. And then with the goal to try and keep it as inexpensive as possible. I had considered the idea of moving right now to use this, we'll call it design and supply, and do design and supply for both sites and use the $400,000 for that, because it does get more expensive. And I also like even a 6-month time frame after this. I mean, this originally came before us, before I was even on council. So I would like to see this start moving forward sooner rather than later, just because everything is getting more expensive. But, that, either we do the recommendation, that we just discussed with Councilmember Mendoza, or
My only concern was the $62,000. My only concern, that is the $62,000, cancellation, charge, that's, I did, would that affect us?
It would not, we have not entered into a contract with Romcheck, so we would not be.
But if we did, and then later canceled for a less expensive project, there's a $62,000 cancellation.
Where's that in
In
the?
that scenario, yes.
Fix the rec center.
So council members, may I suggest, I think between myself and Mr. Murguia, we got the essential direction. And so we can come back again, with the target of the second meeting in January to have a discussion with the options. And early on in the discussion, we already heard that it's gonna be for both parks, back to the original plan. So, and let us do some of that work and then come back. That doesn't mean if you guys wanna go back to this original plan, we can go back to this original plan. The only difference is we won't have ARPA funds. That's all. That's the only difference.
Make a motion, put it somewhere else.
Councilmember LeBaron. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, yes, I too want to put stuff on the record. And then we did come here, staff did come here with very pointed expectations. They wanted us to agree with their recommendations. There's 4 points up there. As to the first one, I concur with what Councilmember Snow and I believe Councilmember Mendoza might be saying as well, is that point number 1 says to amend the city's local assistance specified grant fund application. So essentially, to amend the city's application to allow the allocated $400,000 in grant funds to be used for the completion of only 1 park restroom, whereas it was 2 park restrooms in the past. That's what certainly I as a council member understood and was in some sort of an agreement with. So I do not agree with point number 1, to amend our grant application to now dedicate that much money to only 1 park restroom. I don't agree with that. And then, yeah, and like Councilmember Snow here said, I too would like to see, for the public's benefit, staff should present numbers on what it would cost to do both the bathrooms at the most cost-effective approach. Actually, that's what I have to say about that. And then also, I just wanted to point out a bit, I've written something down here, I want to point out a bit of the money spending lunacy, otherwise known as waste, that happens in our city by saying that 1, I'm recording these meetings, I'm doing the job of processing everything that's being said today, considering it in an intelligent manner, because that's my duty as a council member, as a sworn official. And I'm doing the functions of a camera person, because this city currently non-voluntarily taxes the people of Lemon Grove and what's called PEG funds to record these meetings. Yet here I am having to waste all this time. I mean, she's had to stop for multiple reasons, tell me to move my camera, because we waste the public's funds. We don't spend the public's money properly. There's literally money dedicated to somebody doing this, yet here I am having to do this myself for the public's benefit. That's wrong.
Thank you.
That's bad management.
Yep.
And then to bring it to this, so I wanted to point that out, because this is a prime example of how badly managed the city is. To say also, Madam Mayor, I don't mean to totally, make jabs or, point you singly out, pardon me, but I kind of do have to say, it seems like you're pressuring us to have to use this money in a way that you seem to want us to use it. Well, I'm gonna point this back to management of funds, because actually, you're saying, hey, we have to dedicate this money or else we're gonna lose it. Well, not too long ago, surely as I've been a council member the last 4 years, this city has spent the city has spent over $70,000 performing surveys on the people of Lemon Grove, asking them what they wanted to see done in the city. We spent over $70,000 on that, taxpayer money, asking them what they wanted to see. And they said they wanted money to use on roads. Why? So
Councilmember LeBaron, we are on an agenda item. I believe that
I'll
we've
bring it
heard
up.
from staff and we've heard from the council members. I summarized exactly what the council members stated in terms of what they wanted and allowed the council members to say it all over again. So I think that staff has heard each and every council member here regarding this agenda item. They are going to follow up in January with all of the things that were stated here at this platform. It was stated twice by each and every one of you, and it was summarized by me as well. So I think that we have provided staff with enough information on this particular agenda item. I'm going to check with staff to see if we provided you with enough information moving forward. I see from the city manager, and I see from staff that we have provided enough information. Just know that it is the future council who will make, hopefully, good decisions regarding what will be for our parks, in terms of our restrooms, but also just know that as this will come back next year, that not only the new council members, but each and every person that's here today can be part of that discussion as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to item number 4, which is a memorandum of understanding with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees at ASME, Local 127, Supervisory and General Units. And I'll introduce Lydia Romero, who is our city manager, to present the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am pleased today to present with you the first memorandum of understanding with the supervisory and the general unit for ASME Local 121. Just to give you a brief background, the ASME Local organized, both units were organized and recognized in October of 21. Labor negotiations began in earnest in February of 2023 to create 2 labor contracts. One again for the supervisory unit and one for the general unit. And tonight, for your consideration, is both MOUs. And both MOUs essentially have very similar language, so I'm just going to do an overview of both MOUs. There's one small distinction that I will share with you a little bit. Next slide. So the terms of the MOU for both units is, the term of the MOU is January 1 of 2025 through June 30, 2027. They will, the big picture items, and I'll go over all of the monetary items first, are COLA adjustments for each of the years beginning of fiscal year. And most of our employees are what they call on a step system. So in that step system, it goes A through K. This particular negotiated item increases the steps between F through K, an additional 2.5%, making the full ladder of our employee step increases or merit increases at 5%, opposed to the first 5 at 5% and the next 2 at 2.5%. The second monetary item, next slide please, is really the health insurance. And again, I'm not going to go over each one, but there's a tiered system, and the health benefits grow every fiscal year, starting January 1, which is how our health benefits dial in with CalPERS Health And this really is to help stem some of the costs of the high healthcare that is really coming to fruition, especially for employee plus one and employee family. I think it's very important to make sure that we consider our families during our employment status. The next item is, there's also an opt-out provision. So if somebody else is covered or they have a proof of coverage that are very similar, they can just get a new payment each month of a standard amount. We have this in the other labor contract that the council had approved some years ago, I believe last year. And some of the other benefits that will be added in this contract is bilingual pay. Multiple members of our unit, or the unit, have to converse with contractors and residents in language of origin. And so we'd like to make sure that we compensate them for that. There's going to be a tuition reimbursement, which I really like because continuing education is how we get the best and brightest employees. And so each employee will get $1,000 to spend on their education, depending on whether it's classes they want to take or pursue a degree. And then we have a variety of certification pays. These are really various professional requirements that we'd like to reward the employees to assist them in their duties, brings them up a certain level, and this also will help with succession planning, because our eventual supervisors and eventual superintendents and managers need to have all of this skill set, and this will help grow and create very dynamic employees. Some of the last monetary items, and I think the council saw this one at the budget, is the standby pay and duty calls. So just very briefly, every week, one of our public works employees gives up time for their family and is on call 24/7, outside of the regular work schedule. And this is to respond to calls that may happen sometime during the night. And we need to make sure that we compensate them for getting up in the middle of the night, responding to a call, and that is what this item is about. We had previously had this in place, but it was very low, and I know when Mr. Murguia came on, he and I had discussions about trying to increase it, and we're very supportive of this in this contract. The big change that we have done here is paid parental leave for 10 weeks for our public works employees, so they can spend time with their newborn or with an adopted spouse or child. And then we've got holidays. So we've got 15 designated full holidays with 2 floating holidays. That includes the holiday closure, which I'll talk about just in a minute. And then if any of our employees are scheduled to work due to a holiday closure, they will get paid overtime related to that. There's 2 exceptions, and these are big exceptions, is Christmas and Thanksgiving. Those are really family-focused holidays, and taking our employees away from a family-focused holiday, we should really reward them for stepping up and serving the residents of Lemon Grove. So those paid will be 2 times their hourly rate. Moving on to the non-monetary items, and we are looking at experimenting and changing the work week to a 36-hour work week, 4-day schedule. And on page 29 of the exhibit attached to the general unit, the one thing I want to clarify is that we have work hours designated for the general unit employees. Most of the employees will be from 6 to 3:30 with a 30-minute unpaid lunch. What we missed when we were trying to get this on the agenda is the second section of a work schedule for employees at between 7:30 and 5 p.m., again with a half-hour lunch. When we get to the agenda item, I will remind the maker of the motion that we add that sort of addition to the exhibit so we can make sure that we capture what was really discussed and TA'd at the table. And then the other non-monetary item that is set for the agenda is the grievances. So there's a process when an employee is going through the grievance process or the discipline process, that the final arbiter actually comes from a third party that will be shared between Local 127 and the City of Grove. Next item, so the total financial impact, we're looking at only a 6-month period. The rest will be built into the budget when we move on to fiscal year 25-26. is an adjustment about $46,000. And that will be spread over the various, budget, through all the various budget, time period, no, over the full public works, budget complement, including sanitation, because this does cover sanitation employees. So this won't be a true $46,000 hit to the general fund, it will be spread out. And some of that will be covered with special funds that we cover some of our employees' time. And so, today, Local 127, both the supervisory and the general unit, voted on this MOU, and I am happy to say, and Mr. Krasinski will support this, is there was a unanimous vote for all of the voting members, so we're very pleased with that. And next slide, before I mention the recommendation, I want to say a few thank yous. I want to say a few thank yous to the city's labor team, Jenna Burns, who was the lead negotiator and worked with Local 127 and Matt Krasinski to get this to the final stages. Also Izzy Murguia and Roberto Hidalgo, who were part of the city team and went to all of those meetings. Their hard work and their tenacity during this process is invaluable, and we're really glad to do that. And I also want to thank Local 127 and their lead negotiator, Matt Krasinski, for working with the city's team to get this done and get this to the finish line as soon as possible. It's really difficult to create a first ever MOU, and I imagine in future contract negotiations, the process will be a little bit smoother because we're not building it from scratch. So with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the MOU between the City of Lemon Grove and ASME Local 125 Supervisory Unit. And then on the second motion, adopt resolution approving the MOU with the City of Lemon Grove and ASME Local 127 General Unit, including the amendment for the second schedule that is from 7:30 to 5 p.m. We'll add that to our unit. To the unit. This needs to be done in two separate motions, two separate contracts with two separate resolutions. Staff would be happy to answer any questions council has.
Thank you so very much, but before we get to questions from council members, we do have one speaker slip here, and that is from Matt Krasinski.
Mayor and council.
Hold on for 1 second.
The battery died.
Testing 1, 2.
Thank you. I want to thank Mayor and Councilmember for the opportunity to be here and speak on behalf of my members that I'm proud to represent. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for letting me lead this, allowing me to be part of them. I also want to point out, not that everyone else has not worked long days, they all started at 6 a.m. in the morning with the city here, and they worked hard and they're here tonight. I know it's a late night for them, and it is for many other folks, but I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank the negotiating team from the city, who we spent a lot of time and a lot of emotion going through this. It is a first-time contract, which has never been easy, as I stated when we first started negotiation, but I'm glad that we got to this point. I want to thank especially the council members for giving us the opportunity when we presented our issues and listening for giving me the opportunity to actually have time on the agenda item to present. I know that closed session was important to give direction. I appreciate the opportunity. I think this builds a better relationship between the employees and the employers, and council, and so forth. You know, I look at this contract and I'm very proud that where we came to. I'm proud to work with the city to reach these good points. I think that this contract in a lot of areas are better than you'll find in other cities. And Lemon Grove, I think, is a star in that. And I tell our members that we have a pro-labor, pro-worker leaders here, and I appreciate that. I'd like to add that we voted today. We had a great conversation. Our members voted unanimously, both bargaining units, for this, and that we stand behind this ratification of this contract, and we're proud that it would go into effect on the 1st of January. I do just want one little note, is that for the holiday section, there's actually in the contract 13 holidays, not 15, and there's 2 floating holidays. It's a slight thing, but I don't want to misrepresent. I'd love to get 15, but that's not what we get. But thank you all very much. I do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And thank you all of my team here, especially Nick and Sam, who's not here tonight. I do appreciate their work and them slugging it out with me, getting my texts and my emails throughout the middle of the night and days. But we came to this point, and thank you all. It was not easy, but I think the outcome is amazing, and thank you all.
Thank you so very much. And so what I will do is I'll go to our city council members to see if they have any questions. We'll do 2 rounds, 2 questions per round, starting with Councilmember Snow.
So my goal was, when we were going through these negotiations, was to show our public works staff how much we appreciate them. They have done so much with so little for a very long time, and we want to make sure that they love going to work. And we may not have a lot of money to throw at it, but there are a lot of benefits, non-monetary benefits, that hopefully will make your lives better. And we do that because we really appreciate the work that you do. You show up for our community every single day. When the floods came, you guys were all and you were all over it. And you really help keep the fabric of this community together. So I want you to know how much we appreciate that. It took us a long time to get here, and you stayed with it, and you stayed together. And our entire staff is benefiting from the hard work that you did. And so I know everybody appreciates what you were able to accomplish in these negotiations. I also want to thank our negotiator, Jenna. It is a really difficult process, and having the 2 sides come together and really work to make sure that our city has a sound plan going forward is truly appreciated. So I'm very excited. I'm glad it was a unanimous vote from AFSCME, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Councilmember LeBaron. I have nothing to add, thank you. Councilmember Gastel.
Okay, I think I want to echo what Councilmember Snow said. An incredible amount of work went into this, and I believe that the council will be wise to simply appreciate and approve the memorandum, the 2 memoranda of understanding. I also want to thank all the people that were involved. When the question first came up about a union for Lemon Grove employees, I've always supported I'm a 4th generation labor movement person, and I've always supported that idea. I didn't realize how long it would take to achieve the first memorandum of understanding. But you know, it has been a longer journey than some of us expected, but I think in many ways it's been a productive journey, and I think that we're getting a really good result. I think this is a case where labor and management I'm not gonna say they have the same goals, but they have goals that align. They have goals that align because we all want Lemon Grove to be a really good place to work. And we also all want Lemon Grove workers to be healthy, happy, productive, and we really want to support our people. You know, I've said more than once, government is people, and we have to support our people. And I believe that's what we're doing with this memorandum of understanding. I'll be glad to support it. And I want to add to the list of people to thank our city manager and our city attorney, because they don't have a glamorous job, and they hung in there, so I think there's a lot of people to thank. I want to make sure that they're on the list along with the others that have been mentioned. And thank you to everybody. It's such an honor. It's such an honor to be part of a city that has such dedicated people that work together. And so I'll leave you with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone as well, the whole negotiating team, and I especially want to thank our Public Works employees for sticking with us. This, this is the first time any of us have gone through this, the council members here. We've negotiated amendments and updates to MOUs, but we've never actually started from scratch and gone through a whole agreement. So thank you for bearing with us. I'm sorry that this took so long. I'm glad we could give you this little gift for the holidays. Yay, it's done. And I do have one question. Did you guys decide to start growing beards and you're not gonna shave until until we agree to this? And you can I'll shave your beards off after today. You don't have to, you guys look great with beards. I just wondered, I noticed I thought, Nick grew a beard. He grew a beard too. Everybody's got a beard except the girls. The girls don't have. Anyway, congratulations, you guys.
Thank you. I have a question. How does the MOU support professional development and career growth opportunities for our public works employees?
So as mentioned in my brief presentation, the tuition reimbursement I think is very key because it will allow these individuals to have a little bit of offset for either professional growth within their field or to take classes at a university or community college, and so they don't have to bear the cost of those full educational requirements. But I think the certificate pay is probably the most important because getting those certificate pay reimburses them for going above and beyond and learning more that they need to do, and that will then set them up for future growth and future succession planning because it's the goal to retain the employees so they become the future public works directors. Or they become the future public works operation managers, and they need that skill set, and they need to grow, and they need to stretch, and I think this will encourage that to happen.
Thank you. And what measures are included to address retention and recruitment challenges that the city has for so long faced?
So one of the challenges, and I know current council and previous council has heard me that our public employees in Lemon Grove has had a history of being the lowest paid in the entire county, from top to bottom. We deliver services at a very small rate compared to other communities in the county. And so I think this helps by moving that needle just a tad bit, by increasing their salary to show their appreciation, by making sure that they have health care benefits that serve themselves and their families, and ensuring that to try and retain the employees, our 11-step system will keep an employee there as an incentive to continue to perform well beyond what a traditional city has, which is 5 steps.
Thank you so very much. I'll go ahead and do the second round. Feel free to provide your comments, starting with Councilmember Snow.
I don't have any additional comments. I would move that we adopt a resolution approving the MOU between the City of Lemon Grove and ASME Local 127, the supervisory unit, with the change that was noted earlier of the time, is it the work scheduled times from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. with a half an hour lunch? Were there any other amendments or adjustments?
So, Councilmember, if you could look at the PowerPoint presentation, because that has the two separate, I think it's in your PowerPoint. There should be two separate resolutions, one for the supervisory unit and one for the general unit. And the general unit is the one that needs to have the time change.
Okay, thank you. So I will start over again. I would move that we adopt a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the City of Lemon Grove and ASME Local 127 Supervisory Unit.
I'll second that.
So I just want to verify, your motion was for both, right? Just one, okay. Before we move forward, did you want to do the second one as well?
I believe we have to do the vote.
Okay, okay. I will, move on to Councilmember LeBaron.
I have nothing to say, and I'm moving forward.
Councilmember Gaston.
Yeah, I seconded the motion. I'm gonna support it. I don't think I have anything else to say.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza. Okay, well, I do have a few comments that I'd like to share. And, you know, what I want to say is that I am in support of the memorandum of understanding with ASME Local 127. This agreement represents a significant step in ensuring fair compensation and improved work conditions for our dedicated city employees. And by fostering a positive work environment and aligning compensation with regional standards, this MOU strengthens our ability to attract and retain the talented staff necessary to deliver exceptional services to the residents of Lemon Grove. And when I say exceptional services, these people who are standing over there work hard for the city, and they are dedicated to doing everything that they can to not only maintain our quality of life, but improve our quality of life. And that's commendable, knowing that we are, when it comes to compensation, we're not at the top tier for people, real working people. And so I'm really happy and pleased to see this move forward. And we do have a motion on the floor. I'll ask our city clerk to call the vote.
Yes, the motion was made by Councilmember Snow with a second by Councilmember Castillo to approve the MOU between the City of Lemon Grove and ASME Local 127 Supervisory Unit. I'll now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Snow.
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron.
Councilmember LeBaron, I want to say thank you to all of you folks for all your hard work. Aye.
Councilmember Castillo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
And before we move to the next agenda item, we have one more to make. And so I'll check in with our council members to see if we have a motion.
I would move that we adopt resolution approving memorandum of understanding between the City of Lemon Grove and ASME Local 127 General Unit with the change to that hourly schedule from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. with a half-hour lunch.
And do we have a second?
Second.
I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
Yes, the motion was made by Councilmember Snow with a second by Councilmember Castillo.
I'm sorry. I was just, there was a clarification on the motion that was just made. There are two different times for workers, in the memorandum of understanding. Though there's one that currently exists in the memorandum as it is proposed, and an additional time that is proposed, which is the 7:30 to 5 p.m. with a half-an-hour lunch. So if you agree with that amendment, I would ask for the maker of the motion to so move.
I so move.
And my second is, in line with the change.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
So the motion was made by Councilmember Snow, with a second by Councilmember Castillo, to approve the MOU between the City of Lemon Grove and Ashby Local 127. With that change, I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Snow,
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron,
So Dream Team members are going to be inducted on December 17th, so I am positive that there's gonna be a lot of work on your guys' plate moving forward. I'm voting aye on this, so you guys can be whole and you guys are ready to do all the work.
did you say yes or aye? Councilmember Castillo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza,
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you.
Item number 5 is to approve the fiscal year 2024-25 city holiday calendar. I'll turn this over to Roberto Hidalgo, who is our Human Resources Manager, to present the staff report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Vasquez and members of the City Council. I am here tonight to present the fiscal year 24-25 city calendar. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of background, since 2009, it has been the city's practice to close City Hall during Christmas and New Year's holidays, typically from December 24th through January 1st. Back in May of this year, Human Resources surveyed all miscellaneous employees on whether or not the city should close during the holidays. Out of the 32 employees surveyed, 25 were in favor of the closure, while 7 were against it. Next slide, please. By continuing with the citywide holiday closure, employees will benefit for a couple of reasons. 1, employees enjoy the time off to spend with their families. And 2, employees will not be required to use their own equipment. Next slide, please. In order to implement the city-paid holiday closure, staff is requesting for you to approve the addition 3 holidays. The holidays are December 24th, going from half day to full day, December 26th, December 30th, and December 31st, again going from half a day to a full day. Next slide, please. By changing the method of the holiday closure for this year, staff is recommending a one-time increase from 1 to 2 floating holidays for all city employees except for fire personnel. This is to be in effect January 1st. This will also result in a one-time exception by immediately crediting miscellaneous employees with 1 day of floating holiday hours in lieu of the November 30th holiday. Next slide, please. As for the fiscal impact, by adding 3 additional holidays, the city will incur $36,727.38, and for the complete holiday closure, the city will incur a total of $73,454.76. These costs will be absorbed in the current budget. Next slide, please. As a result, staff recommends to continue with the citywide holiday closure and approval of the fiscal year 24-25 city calendar. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so very much. We do have one speaker slip here, Matt Kostrinsky.
Hi, I'm Matt Strinsky with Aspen Local 127. I want to speak on behalf of the members. Our contract goes into effect on the 1st, so this will impact our members. We want to say we support this. Thank you very much. I'm glad that through the conversations that we've had with the city, council, and everything, that we're able to come to this versus what it was done before. So thank you all. We appreciate it. And again, thank you. We hope you support this.
Thank you. 2 rounds of questions, starting with Councilmember Snell.
This is one of the things I wanted to point out. This is how we can make our staff's lives better, by being able to compensate them, by giving them the opportunity to spend more time with their families, be able to enjoy that time with their families. And so I'm in support of this. I don't have any additional questions. But one thing, some of it that I wanted to highlight was, originally so I really liked it regarding the survey. So last time we had asked in past council meetings for the city to do a survey to see where people stood regarding the holiday closure. And at that time, we were not offering those days when the holidays, when we closed down from the 24th to the 1st. They had to use their own time, their own leave, to be able to take that time off. If they didn't get paid. And so this is a significant adjustment. And so the 7 employees that had previously been against it largely were people who were represented by the union. And now we've corrected that issue. And so now they will be able to not only get paid, but also get, if they do have to work during the holidays, better compensation for their time in doing that. So just wanted to draw that out because it did look like the initial survey, like not all the staff was on board. But I wanted to pull that out so that you could see how we are really fighting on behalf of our employees to keep those employees and to make sure that they know that they're appreciated. Thank you.
Councilmember LeBaron.
I have nothing to say, thank you.
Councilmember Gastos.
Thank you. I was once part of a work environment where we were considering a union, and one of the ideas that was considered pie in the sky at the time that we might get if we had a union was 11 paid holidays. And now I'm looking at 15 paid holidays for our Lemon Grove employees, and I'm thinking like, wow, things are going in the right direction. As a historian, I'm very conscious that work hours were reducing for much of our history until fairly recently, when our society started piling more work on people and people started working longer hours. And I'm just really glad to see our city going in what I think is the right direction. We have hardworking people. They love to show up. They're proud of the work they do. But I think that sometimes a 36-hour work week in some ways is better for the city and for the employees. And I'm just really proud to be part of this. This is something positive about my last full council meeting. I'm going to be really excited to support it. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
I want to thank you for including the history on this. At the time, we were not able to give our employees, I wasn't on the council at the time, I was on the planning commission, but at that time, I remember we weren't able to give our employees raises for quite a few years. And in order to compensate them for a lack of increase in pay for quite a few years, we came up with the holiday closure, and that's when we went to the 4-day work week as well. And I think it's the only thing that helped us retain some of our employees have been with us for a really long time. This is just, it's taken us years to try to catch up, but we still have some of the lowest paid employees in San Diego County. I'm very kind of ashamed to say. So I just feel like anything we can do that's positive to show our employees we appreciate that is a good thing.
So I'm very much in favor of this.
Thank you so much. I'll do the second round, and if you have any additional comments you'd like to provide, feel free to do so, starting with Councilmember Snow.
I move that we adopt the staff's recommendation to continue with the citywide holiday closure and approval of the fiscal year 2024-2025 city calendar.
Thank you so very much. I'll go ahead and second that. Councilmember LeBaron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Gastill.
Ready to vote.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
No further comments.
We have a motion and a second. I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
Yes, the motion was made by Councilmember Snow with a second by Mayor Vasquez to approve staff's recommendation. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember LeBaron,
Councilmember LeBaron, aye.
Councilmember Snow,
Aye.
Councilmember Castillo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza,
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
Motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 6 is a council-initiated item, a discussion to discuss and adopt a resolution reaffirming the city of Lemon Grove as a welcoming community. I'll turn this over to our city manager, Lydia Romero, to present the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Since this is a council-initiated item, there is really not a huge staff report with this, but I do want to remind the current council that in 2016, the council at that time adopted Resolution 3341, which was supporting the Welcoming Communities campaign and passed a resolution welcoming all people to Lemon Grove. So I believe that may be the basis for this council-initiated item, but I'm going to turn it over to the two members that initiated this item, Councilmember Gastill and Mayor Vasquez.
Thank you so much. I will share a few words, and then I will turn it over to Councilmember Gastill. And so the proposed resolution reaffirming Lemon Grove as a welcoming community emphasizes inclusivity, diversity, and mutual respect. This initiative celebrates the city's long-standing commitment to creating a safe and supportive environment for all residents, regardless of their background, origin, or identity. By adopting this resolution, the City Council reinforces its dedication to promoting unity and understanding among its diverse population. The resolution acknowledges the contributions of residents from various cultural, ethnic, social, and economic backgrounds, highlighting their role in shaping Lemon Grove's vibrant community fabric. It aims to foster civic engagement, community pride, and trust in local government by underscoring shared values of kindness and acceptance. And supporting and adopting this resolution aligns with regional and national efforts to create equitable and inclusive communities. It also sends a powerful message that Lemon Grove values every individual, ensuring the city remains a place where everyone feels welcome, safe, and empowered to thrive. I'll turn this over to Councilmember Gastill to share a few words.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, if you'd asked me when we approved something like this before, I would have said, oh, 5 years, or 6 years ago, 8 years ago. The time does fly. Diversity is at the core of our community, and welcoming people is at the core of our community. I sometimes say a stranger is a friend that you haven't met yet. when I was in the hospital, I got reports that people from about 5 or 6 different religious backgrounds were praying for me. And to me, that's the kind of love and support that this community is about. And so when a community member, and I think John Michno is going to speak. I know he's not the only one. When a community member contacted me and said, "Would you like to support a reiteration of the resolution?" I said, "Yeah. You know what? I'm not on the council for much longer, but if I can do one more thing, that could be it. To reaffirm our commitment to people in this community, including recent immigrants and refugees." I was a school board member for 10 years before I was a council member, and I think most of my awareness about immigrants and refugees probably comes from being part of an incredibly diverse school district that welcomed people, and that's continued as a council member. So I don't really have much else to say. I think that John and possibly some of the others will say it as well or better, and just really, really pleased. If I had to choose one thing to be like the last thing I vote on as a council member, it'd be a good choice.
Thank you so very much, and I will say this, you may ask the question, well, why is this important? And it's important because it promotes unity, and unity, it's so important because it demonstrates the city's commitment to being inclusive and having mutual respect for all. It enhances civic pride. It highlights the positive contributions of all residents, fostering that whole sense of community pride. It strengthens our community bond, encouraging dialogue and understanding among diverse groups. And surprisingly, it supports economic growth. And what it does is it positions Lemon Grove as a desirable place to live, work, and do business. But also, it truly aligns with our core values, reflecting the city's mission to be a welcoming, vibrant community. And so I couldn't be more pleased than this very moment to support reaffirming this, and it is my hope that it will be supported not just by the elected officials here, but by each and every person in our community. I'm going to go ahead and segue to the speaker slips and give the public the opportunity to share their thoughts. And then after that, I'll go to our council members, and we'll continue to move forward with this agenda item. So starting with Brenda Hammond, followed by Reverend Danny Bruner.
Again, I just want to say I grew up here since 1967, so I'm proud that we're such a diverse city. Because I could tell you some horror stories all the way back to 1996 in other communities. But what we need to do is when we invite people from different places into our community, we should not change names of parks and change names of streets and all that. This is our community that's already set in stone. We don't need communities to come in and change everything. That's my concern. And then I was wondering how much money we're gonna get from like federal funding or whatever to bring, let's say, a group of people from another country into our city, because it's happened before. And they've changed the name of a street and took out a pool and put a mosque, I mean, you know, whatever. I grew up on that street. So, what I wanna know is, if we get any funding from the federal government, funding to bring to bring somebody in from another country, the next administration is saying that they're gonna pull money from diverse, or from, welcoming communities and sanctuary cities. So what's gonna happen if we bring a bunch of people in and then we get our funding pulled? Do those people end up homeless? Because we have enough homeless people here already. Just saying.
Thank you so very much, Reverend Danny Bruner. And we are making notes of the questions that are coming forward, and answers to those questions will be provided.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I want to just take a moment and pause that this has been an incredible year for the city of Lemon Grove as far as social justice. I couldn't be more proud to be a citizen of Lemon Grove for that. And I just want to recall a couple things that have happened that have been significant. I'm a minister in the activist realm, and quite so many people come to me and tell me, "You're from Lemon Grove." That's the place that passed the one and only ceasefire resolution in San Diego at that time. That's huge. Then we had Juneteenth.
No, you didn't.
We
You
did.
left us out.
We celebrated Juneteenth, and then we had a resolution passing Juneteenth and Pride Month. And then we also had a resolution jointly with the school board acknowledging Pride Month. That's huge. That's about social justice. That's about humanity. That's about treating people with equity, with respect, and with unity. And so as a minister, I stand before you today, and I want to celebrate whoever wrote up this resolution. It was amazing. And I just want to quote the last part of it, because it spoke to my spirit. It says, "Be it finally resolved that the city council of the city of Lemon Grove declares that immigrants are valued and welcome. Community members affirming the city's commitment to being a place of opportunity, inclusion, and mutual respect." Thank you so very much.
Thank you so very much. Next we have Aaron Sermoto. Thank you so much, Grassi, followed by Jack Shu. And that's Councilmember Jack Shu from La Mesa.
Speak directly into the mic.
Good evening, Council. Erin Sermoto Grassi, Associate Director of Alliance San Diego. Thankful to Mayor Vasquez, Councilmember Castile, and community members who worked on the resolution. We're here to strongly support the item, and glad to see it moving forward again. In 2016, Alliance San Diego and our partners in the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium approached you all to request that the city pass a resolution to become a welcoming city and welcome and protect all within its boundaries. At the time, we were deeply concerned about xenophobic, racist, harmful rhetoric that we were hearing from the presidential campaign. We had already heard from community members that they were fearful, that they were being threatened, and so that is why we came to you all. And you remember, we stood here before. We were really grateful to see you move forward with a resolution at that time. It was one of the first in the county to do so, in San Diego. And we were more grateful, we're even more proud to see you stand by it. It was challenged. I remember it being challenged. I remember the mayor being threatened, and you stood firmly by it. It sent a strong message then, as it will now, that Lemon Grove would stand together with its residents and would stand for everyone. We're in a different place today. We know now that the words spoken on the campaign trail are not empty. We saw the harm that was created, that was caused. We saw families separated, we saw deportations, and we know that there has been an increase in hate crimes. So the fact that you are moving this forward today is crucial. And I'm glad to see that you're willing to reaffirm your commitment to all residents, regardless of where they were born. Alliance San Diego is grateful to Mayor Vasquez, Councilmember Gastil, for bringing this forward again, as well as John and the other community members who helped draft it. And we urge you to reaffirm the commitment. We stand ready to partner with you in addition, beyond this, as you look for other ways to continue to support and protect all community members, immigrants, and refugees in this region. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Councilmember Jack Chu, followed by Jennifer.
Good evening, and it's so nice to be on this side of the podium here, and I'm actually practicing for retiring from my council and doing it more often. But congratulations for placing this item on the agenda. It is so timely and important. You know, unfortunately, in this society, in recent years, there's been more and more hate. The promotion of hate-making, hate incidents have been increasing. It is so important for governing bodies like your city council to make a statement against hate and to welcome people, all people, to your city. And I'm so glad that Mesa is one of your neighbors and will benefit from that as well. It is so important that our entire community, our whole entire region do this. And you've taken the leadership to put it on your agenda and move on it tonight, so congratulations. I want to put some particular emphasis on parts of your resolution, whereas giving some information as to the number of immigrants in our community, what they contribute, and how important it is to our community and our economy to have this population as part of our community and welcomed into our community. And Lemon Grove has a history way back dealing with issues of making sure people are included from our schools and other actions. So you're actually keeping a tradition that's very important. With that, I'm going to make it quick because you know, in Sandag, I only give people 1 minute, so I've already passed my time. So thank you so much for putting this on the agenda, and I'm sure you'll prevail and make the rest of the county a bit jealous that you've already moved ahead on this. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Jennifer, followed by Stephanie Becker. No?
Hi, I'm not short of stool, but I'm listening to this, and I'm not sure what the difference is between illegal and immigrants. I mean, there's the two different things, and I'm not sure if this includes illegal immigrants. I just asked that gal, and she said it does. To me, there's a difference of being a welcoming city and welcoming illegal immigrants in. I'm not a racist, I'm not anything like that, but there's a lot of issues going around this county. You want to make this an attractive, welcoming city? I have not shopped here since you guys put in a ceasefire deal. It affected me personally. This was a ceasefire before 10/7. And I think this is really a cruelty type thing that you're doing, because who's paying for this? Mayor Eric Adams of New York just turned this down. He's turning New York City around and is not making it a sanctuary city. He does not want that. National City waivers back and forth, they don't want this. I don't know what Lemon Grove, whose streets are dilapidated, the city is dilapidated, and this is what you're thinking about passing before you leave? I mean, it's pathetic to me, and it's shameful, and you do not look at the big picture. I don't know who's making money for something like that. I don't get it. Yes, there might be funding. I hope they all get cut. These people are making more money, some of these illegal immigrants, than I make. You know, this is ridiculous. Free housing, who's gonna pay for all this? The tiny homes, even in San Jose, did not work. Now there's prisoners in these tiny homes that San Jose put forward. And the three major cities that are sanctuary cities are all dilapidated messes right now in California. Where have you guys been? Do you not see or look around? I can't even get anybody says no, and to be honest, I look at it. It's really sad and shameful, and I am just a disgruntled person, I guess, because I can't believe that this is where you're spending your time when the city looks like this.
Thank you so very much. Next, we have Stephanie Becker, followed by Winsmick St. Jean.
I've come to these meetings over and over again, and the logic evades me. I can't wrap my mind around how any of you guys think. From the tiny homes to now this welcoming communities. How about being welcoming to your homeowners, your taxpayers? Talk to them, get their opinion. That would be welcoming, that would be a good start. You're not welcoming. The minute as a Jew, with family in Israel, women that have been raped, people that are still held hostages, people who are coming up dead and we can't get the bodies. Your ceasefire in Lemon Grove that has nothing to do with the national world, because the national world doesn't even know where the hell Lemon Grove is, excluded an entire group of people. Did any one of you sitting up here even think about that? Because you're so welcoming. You want to be welcoming, but yet you've excluded an entire group of people. So I don't see the welcoming. I don't see the welcoming of your homeowners as you bombarded them and bamboozled them into these tiny homes and lied to them. Straight, outright lie. You know it, I know it, most of the people sitting in this room know it. And now, we got a whole lot of word salad from the mayor. But never once did she use the word illegal. And with two lawyers sitting up here, how do we not know the difference when we have federal immigration laws? Illegal is illegal. It means you broke the law. It doesn't mean that we don't like you. It doesn't mean that we don't welcome you. And if you came the right way, we probably would. But look out at the people of Lemon Grove. They're trying to make their way to get through every single day, and everything you're doing is putting more cost on their back. So anytime any one of you want to put out a statement on a city letterhead and letting the people know that the tiny homes are moving forward, that you didn't care about what they thought, you don't care about their finances, and then start discussing how welcoming you are, because I'm not seeing any welcome here.
Thank you so very much. What I want to do is, before I move forward with any more public comments, I want to make sure that I'm very clear with this. This is not a sanctuary city resolution. So I want to be very clear because they're two different things. But I'll tell you about Lemon Grove. Lemon Grove is a welcoming community because we are the most diverse city in the entire county of San Diego. And that brings a certain kind of richness to who we are. It's important. It's part of the fabric of who we are. And if we want to continue to move forward and to be an amazing city, then yes, we need to embrace our neighbors and we need to be welcoming to every single person who has breath and who is living and breathing right here in Lemon Grove. And that's exactly what this resolution says. It's not about a sanctuary city. It is not about whether someone is legal or illegal. It is about me being your neighbor and your neighbor and embracing us as a community. So I'm going to continue on with the speaker slips here. Wismic St. Jean, followed by John Mikano.
Mayor,
I don't know.
City Council members, good afternoon.
My name is Wismic St. Jean. I represent Haitian Political Action Committee. And I'm also Haitian immigrant. I think I embody what it means to be an immigrant in the United States. Over the past 4 years, I have been working also as a Asian immigration attorney. I have seen so many gross disparity in treatment of so many immigrants. And you know, sometimes I laugh. You have to be able to amuse yourself. And because sometimes people do take things out of context, out of ignorance. But a few people who spoke right before me, let me tell you, I came from Haiti over 30 years ago. I worked my butt off to become an attorney here in this great country. I seen so many other immigrants like me who came to this country who want to do the right thing. They work hard. They Uber, they do DoorDash, work at the nursing home, work at the hotels, take care of themselves, of their apartment. Don't just come here trying to take your job or run you over. Some of them are running from danger, real danger, from their homeland. And you cannot just look at someone and say you are illegal and not welcome here. They are real threats in real life that are dangerous. I've seen it over and over in the courtrooms and in my office. So I have, when I heard about these resolutions, I said I would be here to thank you for this initiative, for your bravery to stand up for what is right. There is real fear in my community and from other communities for the next 4 years, for the uncertainty about what will happen to them. And again, I want to reiterate that most of them, they here with PPS, that's a legal status.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Next we have John Nakano, followed by Jeannie Peterson, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your name.
I hope you endorse this proposal to welcome newcomers to Lemon Grove. I thank you for putting the proposal forward. But let's listen to one another and understand all of our concerns. I also want to welcome the people that belong here that feel like they don't support the proposal. And I want to acknowledge them as my friends who have concerns. And some of us may have in mind our safety. Some of us may be thinking about our pocketbooks for those of us who oppose this. And these are important values to all of us, safety and being fair with money. I appreciate you, city staff, and the police, and the council for all you've done to make Lemon Grove a monetarily rewarding place to live and a safe place for all of us to gather. I think of the religious and ethical traditions that welcome the stranger. For example, in the story of the Good Samaritan, the stranger saves the wounded native-born son. Our immigrants have been exemplary. Research shows that immigrants have enriched us all over the country and here in San Diego more than they have cost us. True, they did not follow all the rules to get here, but their country and our country have created rules and systems that make it unsafe and unfair for them to stay where they were. Who among us does not break a rule sometimes when there are too much regulation and too many bureaucracies? So let's listen to one another on this issue, and thank you, Council, for bringing this forward, and I urge you to pass the resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Next we have Janine Peterson, followed by Cheryl Robinson.
I am so thrilled that this resolution is being debated this evening. There are a few reasons, but the main one for me is from Hebrews 13:2, be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. I just think that's something that we need to think about. And I also want to reassure some of the people who have raised some fears around us being a welcoming city, that this resolution is simply a statement. It does not, there's no money attached to it. It does not commit us to anything in particular. So if people are worried that this means, now we're committed to financially supporting people, that's not what this resolution is. So thank you. I hope that you will all support the resolution.
Thank you so very much. And our final speaker slip is Cheryl Robinson, and the public comment portion of this agenda item is closed.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Vasquez. My name is Cheryl Robertson. I do serve as trustee for the Lemon Grove School District. The comments that I make tonight are my own and do not represent the views of the district. I am actually I'm very pleased to see this on the agenda. I think it's beautiful. I think it's really important with the sheer amount of hate that is increasing across the nation, that we tell our immigrants and our refugees, whether documented or undocumented, that we are not going to kill them, because that's literally happening. And there's research that shows over and over again that sanctuary cities, which we've already heard this is not, are actually safer communities. Because what it does is the witness to a crime is not afraid to speak to the police for fear of deportation. So people will speak up and speak to the police if they know that they're not going to be deported because of their immigration status. And it lowers crime rates, it lowers domestic violence. We do have a lot of priorities. I would agree with that. I would agree with that statement. I think there's a lot that we need to do, but I don't think that there's any reason why we cannot take on this initiative and tell we're all immigrants. Every one of us, unless you have indigenous blood, we are all immigrants. And so I just, in the face of the coming hate that we've already seen for the last year, I very much want to support this initiative, and I ask for you to support it today, and tell our immigrants in our community that we see them, and they are welcome here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Regarding the questions that were posed during public comment, I'll check with staff to see if there's anything to share.
And really quickly, the city clerk's office has received a written public comment for this matter. Copies of the letters have been distributed to all members seated at the dais, and also copies are made available at the public review table.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, you took care of the one question that this resolution is not a sanctuary city resolution, it's a welcome city reaffirmation from what the council did in 2016. And then there was a question from a member of the speakers about federal funding loss, or will we get additional federal funding? So no, there's no additional federal funding tied to this whatsoever, and nor will there be a federal funding loss. We have one grant, two small grants for federal funding. In the previous Trump administration, they did not pull that funding for anybody that had a welcome resolution or was part of the welcome campaign, so I suspect the same will happen.
Thank you so very much. I'll check with our council members to see if they have questions. Two questions next, starting with Councilmember Snow.
So tonight is poignant because we have a number of council members who won't return, and our mayor, and this speaks to the caliber of people that they are, that they brought this resolution, that this is their final statement. It has been an honor to serve with them, and it has been a pleasure to work with people who are not afraid to stand up, to hate, who are not afraid to say, you know what, this is our community. We get to do and treat each other how we want, and they've set a good example with it. And so it's big shoes that we have to fill. And I just want to express to Mayor Vasquez and to George Gastel and to Liana LeBaron how I've appreciated their input and their just different perspectives that we've had, and hopefully this resolution will bring that. I will promise, and I've had the opportunity to meet with the new council members that are coming on board, with Jessica Meridia and Steve, and we've had the opportunity to sit down and talk about our priorities, and I will share with you that they are also exemplary human beings, that this community has made wise choices, and who they have decided to take and lead this community. And I look forward to taking this resolution and the words and the message behind it and making it a reality. Our immigrant community is one of our fastest growing populations of entrepreneurs. I will look for opportunities to support entrepreneurship in our community. We will make it so that our immigrant community is able to survive in a tough economy. I'm gonna make it so that we all rise and we rise together. And it's a commitment to making sure that we are all economically viable together, that we work together, that we see beautification of the city in a way that is diverse and kind and really thoughtful and intentional. And so I'm really excited for this and happy to support it. Thank you.
Councilmember LeBaron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to say, I don't want to, I'm disheartened that I'm put in the position constantly to where things that would normally be very joyous turn south for me, for the public, because I also feel an immense obligation to point out a few things to the public. Our meeting agendas are put together, they're finalized and published by city staff the Thursday before our council meetings on Tuesday. And by the way, I'm anticipating, it's unfortunate, but I'm anticipating that I'm going to be cut off. Yet I want to ask the mayor for grace, because I understand that we are talking about this agenda item and my comments pertain to this agenda item. So please, if you can allow me to deliberate, I promise you that my comment has to do with this agenda item. That said, our agendas are put together by staff, they're finalized the Thursday prior to our Tuesday meetings. This Thursday, in the morning, I received a call from a Lemon Grove resident asking if I would sponsor a resolution and if I would be one of the council members willing to put this item on the agenda. I listened. It takes 2 council members agreeing to put something on the agenda. Things can also be put on the agenda by the mayor. So. People from anywhere can come to our council meetings and ask city council members to put something on the agenda. And what we have seen too many times to count is that people do just that. One example is all the people who continually come to our meetings asking to agendize the proposed project to construct over 65 sleeping cabins for the homeless near a preschool in Lemon Grove. Yet, not once has the public been victorious in 2 council members agreeing to agendize something so immense that's going to have so much impact on this community. Whether for good or bad, well, we really don't know fully because we've never thoroughly discussed it in front of the public with all of our constituents. Yet, only hours before our agenda is going to be finalized, with very little time to do any due diligence, we have community members who I might add are very political. They know exactly how to lobby their elected officials. Matter of fact, they pitched it to me as how it would be good for my image as a politician if I was a person to sponsor this. I can appreciate that because that's the public's prerogative to lobby their elected officials to be heard in this public platform. That's what dozens and dozens of people have been doing since they feel that their voice was taken from them June 16th and then June 18th by many of us here and by the County Board of Supervisors. Yet, see, I point this out because these people, these 2 people who were calling us, lobbying us, very quickly were able to get something put on the agenda. This topic was very quickly put on the agenda. But we don't show the same level of respect to anybody else for things that are so critical to this city's health. So critical to the health of all of our people who have been immensely divided, because there are some amongst us who have made it their mission to speak on their behalf without consulting them, getting their input, which is wrong. A lady got up to speak by the name of Stephanie. She says, "I'm not seeing any welcome here." Yeah. Neither am I. And in parting, as this is one of my last meetings, serving my first term on City Council, I feel compelled to second that person from the public and put it on the record to let everyone know how this agenda item was so swiftly, so easily placed on the agenda for all of us to talk about. Yet we've all been pleading and pleading, and we don't get any respect, any level of consideration that would be becoming of a council that's welcoming. You guys should all apologize to the public, to me, for putting me in the position to where I'm considering a resolution for immigrants. My own people from where I come from, and instead of being able to rejoice in this moment of being able to say how awesome we get to welcome people. That moment is stolen from me to be able to rejoice and being able to say, hey, I welcome Hispanics, I welcome Haitians, I welcome everyone. Because I also have to point out how we don't welcome, we really truly don't live up to welcoming. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Gaston.
Thank you. You know, I think that we could, legitimately apologize for, putting the item on the agenda at the last minute. I hadn't thought of it, until I got a call on Wednesday. I was spending time with my 2 grandchildren the day before Thanksgiving. And I suppose I could have said, you're too late. It's too close to the meeting. And for most issues, I would have said that, for most issues. John was bringing to me an issue that's fundamental and dear to my heart, and a topic that we have previously approved. It didn't need to do any research, and I knew that it's something that's near and dear to the vast majority of people in my community, including those of us up here. I think that we can say that we take the question of documented immigrants very seriously. I don't think we need to make this. I don't think this is a debate about immigration policy. It's possible to believe different things that may appear to be contradictory, but actually sometimes things that appear to be contradictory can actually work out. Let me give you a couple for examples. Our school district, everyone knows how we have. We came to Lemon Grove for the affordable housing. We stayed for the schools. I said that when I ran for school board, and I'm still thinking it now when my offspring are all in their 30s. Our school district welcomes everybody. Kid shows up first day of school. We don't check on their immigration status. We do check on the residency. But if they don't live in Lemon Grove, they might get a transfer to Lemon Grove. We do check on their residency, but we don't check on their immigration status. I wouldn't mind talking about this in another context, but right now I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. When somebody shows up who needs health care, they get health care. Doctors don't check on their immigration status. The sickest well, with the exception of when I was in the hospital recently, the sickest I ever was as a child, I was in the middle of Mexico. You know where Nayarit is? Yeah, I was in a hospital in Tepic, Nayarit. They took me in. They didn't ask if my mother could pay. My mother asked about it, and they said, well, we just take care of people and figure out later what they're able to pay. And I was 9. That left an impression on me. That left an impression on me that's still with me. Maybe someday I'll need to go to another country if I can't handle this one. And maybe people will welcome me. You never know. You really never know. But I want people to know that immigration policy, that's something that we can take seriously. I think we do need to reform our immigration laws. I think it's a different conversation, is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a different conversation. Councilmember Leanna LeBaron, I think you can share in the joy. And I don't mind apologizing for the fact that this came up at the last minute, but it's still a beautiful thing. I'm still eager to support it. I would acknowledge the people that have problems with it, but they're problems that we can work out. They're problems we can discuss. And we can talk about them over Ethiopian food, if you like, favorite kind of food. It's probably enough. People say talk a lot, but this is it. Take care.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Yeah, so George and I are the only two council members that were here on July 19th, and are here again. And so I too was called by a member of the community on Wednesday afternoon, because Thursday was Thanksgiving and staff had to finish our agenda by before they went home, which was probably very late on Wednesday. And my first comment was, well, we already did that. And because people forget that we already did that. But of course, George and I remember that we already did that. And so then my next comment was, well, why do you want to do it again? You know, we already did that. Why do you want to do it again? Well, because people do forget. We haven't forgotten, but other people forget. And we have a lot of new residents in town that have moved into Lemon Grove. So after our conversation, I got on board definitely with reaffirming the decision that George and I and Mayor Sessom were part of 8 years ago. My only concern is that it was rushed, and I have no problem reaffirming the prior proclamation, because that was prepared by staff, and it was something that we was vetted before we voted on it. I'm not as comfortable with this because it was not vetted by staff. It's something that was written by community members, from what I understand. And I would vote right now in a heartbeat to reaffirm our prior resolution. But I'm not as sure about the wording on what we received today. So I don't see, it looks like the new proclamation is definitely worrier, but it still says the same thing that the previous one said. I don't see a big difference in, or we could put it off. I would prefer that we put it off to another meeting, or let's just reaffirm what we decided on previously. Unless someone can come up here and tell me why the second one has to be the one that we approve, and I would like some information on where the wording came from,
What is the word?
who researched it, the process for putting it together. I don't know, maybe George and Raquel, who brought this forward, know the answers to those questions.
So, I'll answer these questions. How does this resolution align with Lemon Grove's strategic priorities? What it does is it supports the city's mission to foster inclusivity, strengthen community bonds, and promote equality for all residents. What steps will the city take to implement the principles of this resolution? The city can explore partnerships, public education initiatives, and events celebrating diversity to further enhance community engagement. How will the resolution benefit local businesses and economic development? Because that's important. A welcoming community attracts a diverse workforce, supports innovation, and makes Lemon Grove an appealing location for businesses. How does the resolution address concerns about discrimination and inequities? It reaffirms the city's zero tolerance policy for discrimination and promotes equitable opportunities and treatment for all. How does the initiative build upon Lemon Grove's history and community? It formalizes and strengthens the city's ongoing effort to celebrate diversity and create an environment of acceptance. So those are some really good questions, but really great information to share. And, you know, as you mentioned, it came from our community, a community of diverse individuals. And it's important to know that I am supportive of acknowledging who we are as a community and reaffirming that through this resolution. And the current resolution that's in place is wonderful to have for the city, but what we have here really memorializes who we are as a city. That's the only difference. And so I am supportive of this resolution, and my hope is that the people here at this platform will support this resolution that came from our community to express our desire to continue to be a welcoming community, a community that accepts everybody, regardless of your ism, whether, you know, you're a woman or man, or the color of your skin, or your religious background, that this city is a welcoming community. And that's exactly who we are. My hope is that we continue to be just that, whether you're short or tall, fat or skinny, that you welcome your neighbor, and that you are kind and courteous and understanding. And while we all may think a little bit differently, that's okay. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we are one united community, and that's important. And so I support this resolution, and I truly honor and recognize those who took time out from the community to bring this forward. And what I'll do is I'll do one more round here, and I'll start with Councilmember Snell, followed by Councilmember LeBaron.
I just wanted to follow up with Jennifer's questions. I'm not sure that they got answered. And Jennifer, were you finished? 'Cause I thought you were just asking questions.
Yeah, I was.
Okay. So do we know who did the research on this? I don't think that question got answered.
I did. And
Oh.
it's census data.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So, you know, the way that I got it was through the city. So it did not come directly to me. But it's something that I wholeheartedly support. And whether or not, actually, let me finish what I'm saying.
It's not your turn.
It is my turn, it's my meeting. And
It's mine.
And I am the mayor today, so,
Time for you to go.
as I stated, if you don't want me to, if you're gonna ask questions, but not allow me to answer, then shame on you. And shame on you.
Cut her off.
So allow me to answer the question. The question that Jennifer asked was, how did it get there? And I'm simply stating that I got it through the city. And I'm sorry if that answer is not good enough for you. I'm sorry that, you know, there is a certain segment of our population that wants to run with conspiracy theories. And this doesn't support your conspiracy theory. And I'm sorry that our community members who worked diligently to put together such a beautiful, beautiful resolution
are now being questioned. Because, again, at the end of the day, as a community, we should be united. And we all know that. So I am going
Yeah, we don't
to
have it.
continue with the
No, it's not.
questions here at the platform. I'm
But
gonna
we're-
ask everybody to be mindful and respectful, as we finish.
Then put the
with
tiny
this-
homes on the
with this,
agenda, like we've been asking for
agenda
6
item.
months.
I will point out to the sheriff,
Right
what's
here.
going on if someone is out of order. And I am asking people to please be mindful and respectful as we share, our comments here. So, back to, the questions here. I'll turn it back over to Councilmember Snow.
Seriously, thank you for bringing this. It wasn't meant to offend or upset anybody. We're just trying to find out how it came about, just to make sure that the facts and the information in there are accurate. And I appreciate how much work that went into this and how much time it took to pull this together. I want Jennifer and Stephanie to know, I hear what you're saying. I also want you to know, when I did this campaign, I got a sliver of what religious hate looks like. And it's extremely unpleasant. And I know it doesn't even compare to what you've been through and what you've experienced. But it sucks. And so if we can put something in this that makes people feel more welcome in this community, I don't care which faith you are, I don't care what color you are, where you are in your social status, or how much money you make, I want you to know that you're welcome in Lemon Grove, and that this should be the city that you can come and just be yourself. And
Really, is that
feel
why
free
your
to be able to do
husband
that.
has false accusations against?
One of these things.
Hold on, 1 second. Sheriff, please note that Ken King sitting in the back is out of order. We have a council member who is speaking. He's in the back and he's talking over her. If he continues to do that, I will ask him to leave. You may continue.
So I think I feel comfortable now knowing what the background is, and I also know the people who did the research and trust that they did all their homework and
Councilmember LeBaron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to point out some things that were said by my council colleague, Jennifer Mendoza, which I find should be concerning to us all. She says this was not vetted by staff. Staff agreed. City manager agreed. Jennifer Mendoza also states that she's not sure about the wording. She says that she'd be okay with putting it off, or reaffirming what council have already decided on previously, because her own words, staff had done their due diligence in vetting the proclamation. I do want to say that it's very concerning that there are council members willing to adopt something which they're not sure about. Staff hasn't even vetted it, which is so odd coming from an organization like this, that we would take something from anyone from the public, put it into the meeting agenda just as is and not vet it, as Councilmember Mendoza's pointing out. How odd is that? How unprofessional is that? How dangerous is that? Yet, again, the public has asked a multitude of times to have stuff be looked into by staff and agendized with ample time for all the due diligence to be done, as it should be. What a disgrace. What a disaster this is. That something that should be so nice is turning into what people colloquially refer to as a hot mess. I say, why don't we let staff do their job that they're paid to do, to properly vet this document that we're fixing to have council adopt on behalf of all the taxpayers of Lemon Grove. I think that that would be wise and prudent.
Councilmember Gaston.
Well, I think that, I think people know how I feel. And, you know, people ask me, do I support this? I definitely support it. It might be a good thing to ask staff, to do some vetting. I personally, I didn't see anything in the resolution that seemed to call for vetting. It's somewhat unusual that way. I'd say 99% of the things that come before council do need vetting from staff. But I actually thought that might be the 1% exception, because it's a very general kind of statement that really expresses feelings. I don't know if it's something that staff research would make a difference on, but it possibly could. And I think if people would feel more comfortable having it vetted by staff, I think that might be a good idea. I think the people that brought it to the council wanted to
Go out with a bang.
Councilmember Shu, can I finish my comments, please? I really don't do well when people interrupt me.
Are you sure?
Especially when it's my friend.
One second, hold on.
Especially when it's my
I'm
friend.
sorry.
I don't do well when people interrupt me,
Councilmember Gaston, hold
including
on.
you, Mayor.
Hold on for 1 second.
Shots fired.
What I wanna do here is bring this council back to order.
Yeah.
Because it's important that whoever is speaking is heard, but also too, we gotta give the individual respect. And we, sitting here, need to give each and every one of you respect. And so I'm just asking in this moment for civility, and to allow the comments that are being shared, to be shared on the record. Likewise, we have allowed for your comments to be shared on the record as well. I will turn this back over to Councilmember Gastil so that he can complete his comments. But I'm just asking each and every one of you to please, just provide respect. Councilmember Gastil.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it'd be fine if the new council wants to take this up. That might actually have more meaning. I mean, my opinion is not going to be worth as much 2 weeks from now. Although I suspect my opinion plus a few bucks can get you a decent cup of coffee. I'd be happy to vote for it if people want to vote on it. I do support it. I'm not going to say I don't support something that I do in fact support. But if people want to put it off to a future council meeting, I could support that too. I won't be there, and the mayor won't be there. Councilmember LeBaron won't be there. But bright and compassionate people will be there. And maybe it would mean more if it's approved by a new council as opposed to someone who's on the council for about 15 more minutes if we're lucky. But either way, I think people know how I feel. I think I've said everything I can say. One more quick thing. The fact that we're here talking about it and the fact that I'm able to share my support actually might be important, whether or not the resolution is passed this evening or not. I think that is important. Thank you again.
Mayor Vasquez, there was a question raised by Councilmember Gastel. When this resolution was given to staff, as a member's request, I asked you to come into my office so we can go over some of the language. Staff normally does not vet or go through council-initiated items unless we're specifically requested by those members that are doing council-initiated items, and there's been several of them through my years here. On this one, I did read the resolution, and there were some stanzas in which we took out, in which we changed. So staff did have some input, and I worked closely with Mayor Vasquez. We were in my office, wordsmithing it. Not checking the facts, but wordsmithing it. So staff did have a little bit of input, but normally on council-initiated items, staff doesn't weigh in very much because that comes from the council, and it is an item that is initiated directly by the policymakers.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
All right, well, I just want to add that we're being asked to approve a resolution. We're not being asked to pass an ordinance. It's a resolution. I don't really find I don't see that it's that much different than what we did before. Just wordier, has more facts and figures in it, but I don't find anything, objectionable about it. And if you haven't seen it, it's just go to the city website, you can look it up on your phone, and pull up the item, you can see what the previous one said and what this one says. Yeah, I'm okay with supporting it the way it's written.
Thank you very much, and I'll say this. I wholeheartedly support the resolution reaffirming Lemon Grove as a welcoming community. This resolution embodies the very essence of who we are, a city that celebrates diversity, fosters inclusivity, and embraces the unique contributions of every individual. We are not only acknowledging the strength of our differences, but also uniting under shared values of kindness, respect, and compassion. As mayor, I have witnessed firsthand the incredible spirit of our residents, their resilience, their generosity, and unwavering commitment to build a community where everybody feels a sense of belonging. This resolution is a testament to our dedication to ensuring Lemon Grove remains a place where all people, regardless of background or origin, that every person can feel safe, supported, and empowered to thrive. Lemon Grove is a home where every voice is valued, and I wholeheartedly believe that, and that every single person matters. And so I support this resolution, and I'm looking for a motion and a second so that we can call the vote.
I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
The motion was made by Councilmember Gastel with a second by Councilmember Snow. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Snow?
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron?
Earlier, Councilmember Gasko said he apologized for being last minute. However, it's my opinion the apology shouldn't be for being last minute, rather for not living up to the words in this proclamation that say that this city is welcoming, because this city's leadership actually shows that we are not. I will be voting yes on this.
Councilmember Gastel?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Did I miss anybody before I get to the mayor? Okay. Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
Motion carries on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you so very much. Now, we will go to the items that were pulled from the consent calendar. And I will start with item 1C. Councilmember LeBaron, since you asked that this item be pulled, can you please ask your 2 questions of staff? And I'll check with the other council members to see if you have any questions as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are on agenda item 1C, correct? That's approval of the city council meeting minutes. Okay. Well, meeting minutes are actually quite important. It's a written documentation of how something has occurred according to the person who is writing these things down. I noticed some edits, so we're all probably gonna need to follow along, because there will be an ask to amend these meeting minutes. And the ask is gonna be coming from, I believe, my council colleagues or city staff. Maybe the city clerk can just make the edits as I point them out. I'm sure other council members asked, actually, I'm positive, because other council members have asked for a couple edits here and there, and then you were the one who just very simply made the edits. So I noticed some edits needed on this agenda item. For improved transparency, on page 6 of attachment B, which would be the recording of our November 19th, 2024 city council meeting. So on page 6 of attachment B, 3rd line, I recommend adding the words, quote, "request failed due to lack of a second." I ask for support from any of my city council colleagues to please agendize the people's desire to have a discussion about what the city's official position would be on the proposed project to construct over 65 sleeping cabins for the homeless on Choice Street, and I received none, which is why the motion failed. I think it's important to document that, just as we normally do. Yeah, just as we normally do. And if you needed to look at an example of where we have used the same language and to say a request has failed due to lack of a second, you can refer to page number 1, line 17. So if we're keeping in line with how city staff is documenting why things don't move forward, I would suggest that we definitely add the words "request fails due to lack of a second." Did you get that, Joel?
Yes, I did get that.
Okay, page 6 of attachment B, 3rd line. Thank you. Also, regarding attachment B, which is also the November 19th city council meeting, the public would benefit from a more complete recording of the meeting. On page 7, line 19. I'll let you get there. It's page 7, line 19. The current meeting minutes read, quote, "Councilmember LeBaron left closed session at 9:44 p.m. End quote. I'm not sure why that was documented by city staff, as when others leave, that has not been documented. Still, to some, reading these meeting minutes, which is the public record for the city, that might seem very irresponsible of a council member to do, to leave a council meeting. However, I left the meeting because I was suffering from a massive stress-induced migraine. On page 7, can you please rewrite the sentence regarding me leaving closed session to read, "Councilmember LeBaron left closed session at 9:44 p.m. due to feeling ill"? You have my permission to add that. if you wanted to give more detail to those reading why a council member would leave a meeting before it ends, you can add that I was suffering from a massive migraine, which I let everybody in attendance at the meeting know I was suffering from. It just helps. Then people don't think I'm just irresponsibly leading council meetings. Did you get that?
Yes, I did get that.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember-elect Jessica Heredia, who's sitting back there recording this meeting. I'm on the same agenda item. I'm still making edits. Councilmember-elect Jessica Heredia has spent the last 2 years video recording our council meetings for the public's benefit. Thank you, Jessica. She posts those videos to Lemon Grove's largest political Facebook group called Lemon Grove Current Events and Politics. And she also posts, speaking of, I am so glad that she is recording this because my life just went unlive. She also posts those videos of these meetings on a YouTube channel dedicated to expanding the public's access to governmental processes called Lemon Grove Media and Communication. For accuracy and accountability, thankfully, these recordings exist. In the meeting minutes for the November 19th meeting, following? Okay. In the meeting minutes for the November 19th meeting, it is documented that I left the dais at 6:55 p.m. for mere minutes. However, as the video recording of that meeting proves, from 7:57 p.m. to 8 p.m., Allison Snow left her seat at the dais. Yet, for some reason, that wasn't recorded into the public record, like my briefly stepping away from the dais was. I'm not sure why. But since we're documenting, you should add that. At 6:10 p.m., Councilmember Mendoza leaves her seat at the dais, yet that wasn't recorded into the public record like my briefly stepping away from the dais was. I'm not sure why. But since we document those things, you need to add that too, please. Thank you. Further, the meeting minutes for the August 6th meeting leave out important information that, well, let me rephrase. They leave out information that staff sees as important to putting into writing. During the August 6th meeting, if you'll recall, there was a meeting, very important, there was two. June 16th and then June 18th. June 18th, across the way, there was about 300 really concerned Lemon Grove residents, Lemon Grove and Spring Valley residents, concerned over the proposal to build sleeping cabins for homeless right next to children. Yeah, that one with a lot of people, 300 people. Well, the very next city council meeting, which was our August 6th meeting, August 6th, 2024 city council meeting. Well, tons of those people that were there, they came to this city council meeting because they wanted to be heard. So it was a very well-attended meeting. There was a lot of people here. Well, we should probably edit that meeting minutes because, for accuracy's sake. During the August 6th meeting, Councilmember Snow left the dais at the 2-hour and 7-second marker. Write that down. Yeah. Actually, you probably want to just post-it note on the side because you're going to need to write it for the next meeting minutes. She actually left today too. It was around 9:50 p.m. for about 2 minutes. Since it's important to staff to document when a council member steps away from the dais, jot that down, please. Let's see. Then, these are edits.
The request is to amend the minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm making several requests.
You're gonna make a motion, and the motion will have to be seconded, and you have to vote on that. I'm keeping track so I can summarize what your requests are. I wanted to make sure you were aware of that, and that the council will have to approve of that, the majority.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just saw several things that were omitted. And that's why I'm referencing pages and lines, so that, in all fairness, all my council colleagues can also look at them and see how we unfortunately left out a couple things. Like, we document when I got up, but you also got up, and we wanna definitely make sure that that gets documented. You know, to be fair, to be accurate, right? Then at the 3-minute and 9-second marker, at the August 6th meeting, from 3:09 to 3:12, while Councilmember Snow was talking, Councilmember Jennifer Mendoza, she left the dais. And then actually the mayor states into the mic, this one right here, which is recorded for the record, she stated into the mic that Councilmember Jennifer Mendoza had stepped away from the platform. So I just wanted to make those edits because, you know, for an educated populace, they look to these things. They look to what's put in writing to decide, oh, well, which council member's responsible, which council member's showing up, which council member's doing what, what's being said. And I very oddly noticed that it seems that my movements are being documented, but nobody else's. And it kind of seems to shed a pretty negative light on me. I find that strange. I'm certain that city staff wouldn't do that on purpose, which is why I'm pointing it out right now. And I'm certain my colleagues wouldn't support documenting what I do, but then not what they do. The same things. Which is why I figured I'd point out these edits for all of us here today. Certainly, you know, I'm not sure why it's important to document why somebody left the meeting from a migraine other than maybe wanting to make it seem like they're irresponsible. I'm hoping that's not the case. Or why somebody would get up from the dais to use the restroom, unless they're trying to make it seem like that person's missing in action, MIA, as some say. There should probably be a little bit more focus on the people's business versus when I need to use the restroom. I don't think anybody cares about that. I'm just throwing that out there. So that's everything regarding item 1C. Hopefully I have your guys' supports in making these edits. I know that there's been council members who make edits too, and they've been added very quickly, very easily. No debate about it. So I'm hoping you guys can do the same in supporting these edits that I thankfully caught for all of us. Thanks.
You have a motion.
That's the motion. Do I have support to add all these edits into the record so it's more accurate?
So the motion is to revise the minutes as reflected on the record, as read into the record by Councilmember LeBaron. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. I gave all the page numbers, line numbers, and timestamps. It can be verified via video. I mean, clearly it doesn't seem like I just made that all up. I did my due diligence.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for item 1C. I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
Yes, the motion was made by Councilmember LeBaron with a second by Councilmember Snow to approve the meeting minutes held on August 6, 2024 with the editorial changes that she made into the record, and also the meeting minutes held on the meeting minutes for November 19, 2024 with her editorial edits. I will now conduct the roll to call on the record. Councilmember LeBaron.
Aye.
Councilmember Snow.
Aye.
Councilmember Gassil.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
I'm gonna vote no, because there's a difference between going to the, and I'm just saying, I think we need to make a distinction between someone getting up and using the restroom for a few minutes and when a council member actually maybe follows a speaker out the door to talk to them for 5 to 10 minutes, or if a council member is in the bathroom for 10 minutes, which is none of anybody's business, but, you know, I think there's a distinction. So I don't want to set a precedent here.
You already did.
And I vote,
I'm speaking right now. It's not your turn. Oh, my apologies.
so I'm voting no.
Mayor Vasquez,
Aye.
the motion carries. I vote 4-1.
Thank you so very much. Next is item 1G. And 1G was pulled by Councilmember, not Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza. And so, you may ask your 2 questions of staff. Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like staff to just a brief overview of what was codified in the report since
Yeah.
it's late night?
I
and
know,
everybody's
I
looking
need
at
to,
it?
I need to do that.
That's okay. You can just give a very brief summary,
Okay.
2 minutes or less.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Test, there we go. Good evening. This item is a recommendation to award an agreement to CR Associates for architectural and engineering design services for the Tregenza Heritage Park Public Space Design Project. The fiscal year 2024-25 capital improvement program includes funding for redesigning of public space currently occupied by the non-operational fountain at Tregenza Heritage Park. A notice inviting proposals was advertised on November 8th. One proposal was received on November 26th. That proposal was from CR Associates. Staff evaluated the proposal received by CR Associates. It met the evaluation criteria set out in the RFP. Additionally, the firm and consultant was responsive and responsible to the request for a proposal. As such, staff recommends awarding an agreement to CR and Associates in an amount not to exceed $75,000. The scope of work for this project includes public engagement process, hosting 2 public workshops to get community feedback on the public space design for the fountain area, and then developing 2 alternative concepts with 1 final concept to be approved by the City Council at a future meeting. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any particular questions related to the item. Thanks.
So, when I first looked at this, I thought that it was gonna be $208,000 for the project, but it's just gonna be $208,000 for designing the project, correct? I mean, for project initiation, conceptual design, construction documents, bid and construction support. Now, this is, and the reason I'm bringing this up, and then that doesn't even, can you move that? Thank you. That doesn't even include what it would cost to build something here. So, do we have to do this? I mean, we have a fountain that doesn't work, and, we've talked about, alternatives, and I'd like to get community input on what we could put, take it out. So, the alternatives would be to fix the fountain and have another fountain, or take it out, and we've talked about, like, maybe a bandstand or a gazebo. And so I would like to get community input on that, particularly like from the Historical Society and, people who frequent the park. But to spend $208,000 just to get to the point, it just seemed, do we have to do that? Is it something that we could just do internally?
So, if I can add to your comments. So the contract is for phases 1, so it's task 1, task 2, and task 5, which is the project management phase. Task 1 essentially is project initiation, so doing the research on getting the as-built, what's currently there, doing a survey of any utilities. Phase 2, which is a conceptual design process, is engaging in a public engagement process, as you had mentioned, to get community feedback through 2 public workshops, and then developing renderings or concept designs based on the feedback that we received from the community. The cost for those 2 phases is $75,000. There's an allowance in there for some survey work which staff may or may not utilize. But in order for a proposed design option, regardless if it's a gazebo or the community decides to fix the fountain, there is design work that would need to be included related to developing a conceptual design for your guys' edification. The construction document phase, which is phase 2, which is the bulk of the majority of the cost, which is about $115,000. That's to develop the plans and specifications on what the preferred choice is. That is not included as part of this contract. Whatever concept or design the council chooses, we would have to include that in next year's fiscal budget, funding for next year's fiscal budget to construct and whatever the preferred concept is.
So I'm just comparing this to construction that was done at Berry Street Park, and this was before your time. And the Public Works Department went to the city manager and said, hey, we've got a great idea for Berry Street Park, let's build like an amphitheater into the hill, okay? And so it didn't even go to city council, it didn't go to the public, it just had, one day I was walking my dogs at the park and I'm like, what's going on here? And we had next thing you know, we have an amphitheater, which is great, everybody loves it, it's wonderful for concerts in the park. So that's why I'm saying, do we really need to spend $200,000 to do something when we could just tear out the fountain and put up a gazebo? And what would that cost? You know, we as a city. So I'm really questioning how much, the cost of the bathrooms. I'm just questioning why we're spending so much money and we're not even spending, we haven't even gotten to like actually building whatever it is we're gonna build. And not to mention the cost of tearing that fountain out, which is gonna cost some money too. So I'm just putting that to my other council members. Maybe everybody thinks this is fine and we should just go ahead with it, or put this, we could put this off and discuss it at another time.
I do want to note that this item was included, as I mentioned, in the capital improvement program. It was on the council's priority. There is ARPA funds allocated for this project for the design, and so if the council chooses not to, then those ARPA funds would not be utilized.
Let the Treganza family pay for that.
And again, this was a internal competitively bid request for proposal. We put the proposals out there, this is what we got back, this is what the costs are.
So are the ARPA, are the ARPA funds just for the $75,000?
Correct.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza, this is a very similar, although the project is much bigger, it's a very similar process we did with Connect Main Street. They did the public outreach, they did the design, and then when the council said, we like this design, no, we don't like this design, at that point in time, staff can say, hey, we can do this, and we don't need to hire a contractor, we just need to buy the materials and here's the allocation. Or it's like, this is a much more complicated design that the community wants, and we need to have some different type of expertise. If we wanted to build a gazebo, we most likely would want to build electrical in there. We don't have an electrician on staff, so we'd have to outsource creating an electrician and figuring out how to do an electrician on staff. The Berry Street Park was really just pouring concrete. It was grading and pouring concrete, which is a little bit of a different task. And that was a little bit of a different time because the public works superintendent did these joint projects between sanitation district employees and streets employees and facilities employees as a team building exercise. And so we had gotten away from that when that superintendent left. Those are some of the mechanics and the changes of that. So again, as Mr. Murguia said, this was something that the council had put in their goals. This is something that we discussed in the budget, and it was about design and outreach. And then we could talk about construction later, depending on what we're looking at. Because both he and I don't know what the community wants. We want to just turn it into a dog park. That'd be really easy for us to tear it out, and we can make a little mini dog park. Or they want a full gazebo in which a band can be there. But I don't want to presuppose what the community really wants to do with that space.
Thank you so very much. Does anyone else have questions? Councilmember Romero?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With all due respect, City Manager Romero, you've been employed as this city's city manager since 2016, if I'm not mistaken. This city has spent thousands of dollars, all of our money, asking us our opinions, asking us what we want, doing surveys. I'm sorry, but I have to say, by this point, you should have a very clear indication of what this community wants. Matter of fact, they really want the roads to be repaired because they are a shambles. I find it very silly and very wasteful of us to spend so much money on conceptualizing anything other than conceptualizing what perfect streets in this city would cost and then repairing them. Those are my comments. And see, actually, this further feeds into what I say continually, which is there's so much waste in this city. There's so much mismanagement of the public's money. And as Councilmember Mendoza said herself, I find, she said something similar to, I find it very expensive, paying all this money to do this and that and drafting up renderings and all this stuff. Yeah, I do too. And I think when we have supposedly a limited amount of money of public funds in the public bucket, bank account, I think it's a little strange and abusive of the taxpayer, wasteful, to be using money on this kind of things instead of on fixing our infrastructure and working on like solutions, money makers. Our downtown is falling apart. Well, half of us here have gone door to door over the last 4 years asking people what they want done. Flabbergast me, Lydia Romero, city manager, that you don't know what the public wants by this point. Geez, this is pretty bad. All of us know exactly what the public wants. We've asked them and they've told us so many times. Just state the obvious, guys, into the public record.
Thank you so very much. Do we have any other questions or comments? Councilmember Gaston?
The public has said in surveys that they value public facilities, that they value their parks. And as a city, we do about 15 different things. And parks are definitely among the things that people care about in this community. I think the surveys we've done bear that out. I think the rather exhaustive survey that we did in preparation for Measure T, I believe shows the public facilities as a very high priority. maybe people said, I think 85% said streets and something like 75% said storm drains, and maybe it was only 65% that said parks, I'm not sure. But you know what, folks? People care about parks, okay? Maybe they think of streets first because we drive on streets every day, and I mean, I can think of lots of reasons they think of streets first, but people care about parks. People definitely care about bathrooms in parks. And Tregenza Park is a park that people wouldn't think of first. It's an underutilized park, but it's a park with incredible potential near the center of Lemon Grove. And I think with some of the right, some good thinking, we could get more out of that park. We have the farmer's market is a wonderful thing that happens in that park. I think this is a theme that's come up recently that it's more money than we expected, but you know what? We can do it. We can do it. We can make our city beautiful. We can do positive things, and we have a staff. I'm not against that. We have a staff that's an amazing staff that knows how to get the most out of a buck. And I'm glad at least one staff member is still here to hear me say that this city gets a lot out of a dollar. And you know what? I'm happy to support this. If people want to put it off to a future council, I'm not against that either. But it's $75,000 that I believe is in line with our stated goals, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you so very much. And so I'd like to know what the pleasure is of our city council members. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of, since it's just for those first two, tasks.
So we don't know what we're doing.
So I'll move approval to award the agreement to CR Associates for architectural and engineering design services for the Tregenza Heritage Park Public Space Design Project.
Thank you so very much. And do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. I'll ask our city clerk to call the roll.
Yes, the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza with a second by Councilmember Snow to approve staff's recommendation. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember LeBaron.
Councilmember LeBaron, no, I do not agree with how the city chooses to spend the public's money.
Councilmember Snow.
Aye.
Councilmember Castillo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
Motion carries on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you so very much. And the next item is item 1H, which is the city manager employment agreements. Councilmember LeBaron, since you asked that this item be pulled, you can ask your two questions, but I just want to check with Kristen to see, our city attorney to see if you wanted to provide a few comments before the question.
I'll just do a very quick introduction. This item is a recommendation from the Performance Review Evaluation Subcommittee, which is made up of the mayor and the mayor pro tem. The mayor and mayor pro tem sat down and met with the city manager after the full council did their performance evaluation. The performance evaluation had a positive outcome, and the recommendation is to extend the city manager's contract by 1 year from January 1 of 2025 to January 1 of 2026. That is the only change to the contract. Thank you.
Councilmember LeBaron, you may ask your two questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In case you want to document this for the public record, I started getting a migraine earlier today, so I took a 800 pill of ibuprofen, and I've been drinking a lot of water this meeting, so I actually have to use the restroom, and I understand that I'm the person who has to pull this, and you're going to be asking me questions, but Would I be able to use the restroom? Yeah, maybe a 5-minute break or a 2-minute break or something?
If everyone is okay with it, we can take a 5-minute break and then resume our meeting. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, 3 toilets. Well, I don't know what you guys have. Oh my God, last time I was in there, I screamed so loud I didn't think people heard me out here. There was no cockroach in there. Yeah. You gotta hear it? It's never ending. Are you gonna go home with Teresa or? I really can't today, if you don't mind, because I have to actually go and help somebody feed their cat. And it's La Mesa, so let's ask her. Oh, you wanna stay for this item though?
No, I'm not leaving. Oh, sorry. I'm just Sorry, John. Well, what about your roommate?
I thought you were staying.
I am staying. Yeah. What about the guy? No, I'm not. It's gonna be more than that. Okay, speak, girl.
I'm not leaving. I'm stuck here. Huh? Oh, well, I have to wait, is what I'm saying. And I thought she was leaving. But you're trying to leave now? Is that what it is? No, I didn't think so. So we're just waiting for her. Because I gotta go feed somebody's cat over in La Mesa afterward, and I don't want to hang out all night. I'm just tired.
I'll get home.
No, she'll take you home. She's there too. I'll chase you down. I know where you live. I know where you live. I would never chase you down.
It's okay.
Yeah.
If we would say do a 6 month extension,
That would be wrong. Well, no, you either, yeah, so we can't change it to 6 months. We can't say, hey, why are we doing it like year? Well, then they won't give her. No, check, she hasn't checked the oh, no, so, it's not really good to speak, is it? She wants us to speak.
Oh, that's, you can say that.
Like what? Yeah, if it was 2 years, I'd be willing to wait. But it's 1 year. And you know what, to be honest, I think you're right. And it's
We will resume the meeting. And it is item 1H, and I believe that our city attorney gave a brief update, and Councilmember LeBaron has 2 questions, but I want to check with Councilmember LeBaron because we actually have 2 speaker slips. So is it okay if I take the speaker slips before we get to your question? Yeah? Okay. So I'll go ahead and start with Ken King, followed by Teresa Prophet.
Hold the mic. Again, they're
Testing 1, 2.
Ready? Yes. Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So like I said earlier, I don't feel Lydia's contract should be renewed for another year due to the fact that she has felt several audits that have been well documented. The city is in a shambles. We keep spending large amounts of money for stupid stuff like a $600,000 bathroom instead of replacing a road. She does not know how to manage the money. I also feel that she is getting probably some kind of kickback from the pot shops and everyone else. She's probably pocketing money. I suggest people watch all the things courses, I believe is what it's called. It shows what the city manager can do to the city very quickly.
Thank you. Next, we have Teresa Prophet, followed by Beatrice Lopez, and this will complete our public comment portion of this item.
Good evening. I have been a resident of Lemon Grove since 1962. I have seen, and I have said this before many times, I have seen the good, I've seen the bad, and I've seen the ugly. Since 2018, I have asked Lydia Romero numerous times to step down as our city manager. It has never taken place. I am tired of being lied to by many of you on this dais. Not just by Lydia, but by many of you. The lies have to stop. I've said this before. But again, you don't listen to me. You don't listen to 95% of the people in this town that come to you with things that need to be agendized. And you blow us off. If you continue and vote to extend her contract, you are part of the problem. You will not be part of the solution. Her contract, if any changes that should be made when the new city council takes over, not by you. So please, do what's right for our citizens and not just what's right for you. Because it's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Beatrice Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Beatrice Lopez. I'm the owner of El Pollo Grill. This is my first time here, so I'm very nervous. But I feel like this was kind of sneaked up on us. We kind of didn't know. And we have 2 new city council people joining us, and we have now a new mayor. So I'm wondering if we can extend it, maybe 6 months, and talk about it then, and just kind of rushing it and sneaking it in. Yes, we have parks and stuff. I'm worried about the downtown area. We've had no lights for months, and it's affected the other. Luckily we have a good clientele. We've been there since 2000, and they've been visiting us, but businesses are failing, you know. So I wanna work more with Lydia on that, and I wanna work more with the new city council, and maybe have more unity and less separation, everybody work together. That's my opinion. You know, I'm not for the bad, I don't like to, you know, say bad things, but I just need the downtown area to look better for us. And that's my thing. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and so I'll turn it over to Councilmember LeBaron for your 2 questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it would probably make a little bit more sense if staff, see, I pulled this from the consent calendar knowing, well, one, let me backtrack. One, things that are put on the consent calendar are not openly discussed. No one, we would not be having this conversation had I not asked to pull this from the consent calendar. This would have gotten swept under the rug and voted on, and just one vote with nobody here knowing that this was even on the agenda. But given the circumstances of this city, the second that I saw it, city manager employment valuation is being put on the consent calendar, I knew that I had to pull that so that we can have this conversation, an honest, an open, maybe difficult and challenging conversation, because it's necessary. We can't improve on things if we don't acknowledge that there's something maybe lacking or an area of opportunity. We're looking at this in that way, in the positive way, which we should, is there are areas of improvement and of opportunity within our city. That said, I think, I also pulled this knowing that staff can do a presentation, a brief presentation on this agenda item, and I think it's probably most helpful if, just as was done with the agenda item that Councilmember Mendoza pulled earlier, that staff do a presentation first, and then I'll ask some questions. So please, Izzy. That was it? You didn't
Kristen Steinke already provided an overview prior to the 5-minute break that we took.
Okay, that was like
and
a
so-
sentence or two.
And so she provided that. You may ask your questions. Thank you.
I mean, can you elaborate? Can you elaborate? Let's elaborate.
I mean, it's just that simple. It's a year-long extension of the agreement that already exists.
Yeah,
Nothing else will change.
Okay, we go into a little bit more depth on what that agreement is. What's the evaluation?
Do you have a specific question that I can answer?
Just elaborate on what the evaluation is. I think that's a fair question. You should be able to present on what the markers are, the evaluation markers are.
The evaluation markers, can you explain?
Yeah, like,
that?
are we judging her based on the color of her hair, on that she wears glasses or not, that what car she drives? I mean,
Let me explain this. You as the council, hire and terminate the city manager. Whatever the benchmarks are that you believe are necessary in order to judge her performance is dependent upon you. She's gone through her performance evaluation, which is a written form that was distributed to all of the council, and all of the council participated in a closed session where the evaluation took place. The summary of the results of that performance evaluation were provided to all of the city council members at the time of the closed session. At that point, the subcommittee, which is the mayor and the mayor pro tem, took the summary of the performance evaluation, which happens on a yearly basis, and sits down with the city manager, just the 3 of them, and has a conversation about the performance evaluation and the results of that performance evaluation. That's upon you to provide your input to the city manager, and whether it's a positive performance evaluation, negative, mediocre. In this case, it's my understanding from the subcommittee that the result of the performance evaluation was positive. And so therefore, it is their recommendation, not mine, that the extension be made for 1 year, which would allow the new council to become familiar with the city manager for a period of time before that 1 year is up. And if there is a negotiation that takes place, it would probably take place over that year-long period because city manager contracts can be complicated and negotiations can take a long time. If the choice is to stick with the current city manager, then you would want to consider what terms you would include in her contract going forward. Not you, I'm sorry, the new city council. But if you choose to look elsewhere, which may also include the current city manager, you can do a recruitment either externally or internally in order to decide if you want a new executive professional to lead this public entity. And so giving 1 more year on the contract allows the new city council to sit down, become familiar with the city manager in a way that allows them to work with her, get to know her, see how she works with the entire city council, and then make a decision about, this is gonna terminate at the end of this year, what are we gonna do about it? So it gives them the opportunity to work with her and get to know her. And I hope that helps.
Somewhat, however, I think that we're leaving out super big components. And the community is probably most wondering what is the grading criteria for a person in a position as important as a city manager, which is the person who is solely responsible for executing the day-to-day responsibilities of the city, for ensuring that the day-to-day activities of the city are executed in an efficient manner. So just the same way when people are watching a competition, let's just say the Olympics, or skaters, ice skaters. People want to know, what is the criteria for which the judges, we are the judges here, we are the bosses, we hire and fire the city manager, we're in charge of making sure this city is being well ran. Just as judges have a little piece of paper that says, we are judging based on posture, how the person landed on the ground, how this and that. There's different markers. That's what I'm asking, that you publicly disclose that we used as evaluating her, without saying how we evaluated her specifically, understanding that that's confidential. I'm assuming it's not confidential to say that we looked at punctuation, blah, 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 blah.
I hear you. I think I already responded. You are the ones who create the criteria. If you want to judge her on how she lands.
No. I want you
or how her
to say.
posture is. It's up to you.
No,
is what I'm
no,
saying.
no.
I don't make up the criteria.
I want you as a city attorney, because I don't want to misspeak and say something that I should not be saying because it's confidential. You to say what we used to rank her, to grade her today.
I'm gonna step in right here because it's important to note that each and every one of us received a document to evaluate the city manager. And in that document, it looks at specific areas of performance. And within the area, there are, I believe, like 5 different opportunities to score the city manager within that area from a 1 to a 5. And in that area, those scores are tabulated to form one score for that area. That process has been in place for a very long time. Each and every one of us received that document. But also, in addition to the questions, there are fields, there's, I believe, 3 different fields where written comments can be provided, and all of that is tabulated and scored, and the comments from each and every council member are provided in that document, and it is the mayor and the mayor pro tem, whoever that may be within the year, who provides that document with the feedback to the city manager and a discussion. And after that takes place, if there is a change to the contract, that contract comes back to city council for discussion. And if not, then it falls on the consent agenda. Just know that to say that you don't know what it is not true. Because we had one closed session item where we talked about the city manager's evaluation. Subsequently, after that, the document was provided to each and every one of us to fill out. And then there was a second closed session meeting, the one that you left, where discussion was had about the city manager regarding feedback that should be provided by the mayor and the mayor pro tem. So there is a very thorough process in place to evaluate, score, and provide feedback regarding the city manager's performance. So I hope that gives everyone a true idea of what the process is. Generally, we start that process in around September, October timeframe, and then no later than the first week of December, we have met with the city manager and have provided feedback. So, this is your opportunity to provide 2 questions. If you have specific questions outside of what I have explained to everyone, and again, this is not a new process, it's been in place for many years. And I believe the first time we actually implemented that process was maybe 2018, so 2017. It has not changed. The same document is used, and the feedback is provided. The Mayor Pro Tem and I, we sign off on the document, and that document is put into the employee file. So, that is pretty much the process. Happens on an annual basis. Usually starts around September, October timeframe, and it's completed at least by first week of December.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Pardon?
You asked the questions, am I allowed to have a turn?
Well, yes.
Did I ask 2 questions? I don't.
Yeah, you asked questions of Kristen,
Oh my
so, I'm just gonna go ahead and, provide an opportunity to Councilmember Snow.
So having managed a lot of people before, evaluations are an opportunity, like the list of criteria that we go through is really a tool to help the city manager do her job even better. And sometimes it's useful to be able to, people giving input from the outside on how she can do her job better. I wanted to express to the future city council member in the back why my experience. So as coming in as a new council member, I had a list of things that I want to get done, and there were a lot of things I didn't know. One of Lydia's gifts is being able to explain really complicated things in a manner that you can understand. And she also has a good relationship with all the heads of her departments. And we are lucky, she's very highly regarded, one of the highest regarded city managers, not just in the county, but throughout the state. When you are on League of Cities, you'll be able to see that in how she's treated and how she's regarded in those different arenas. She often is called upon to give presentations to these different groups. Is she perfect? None of us are. There's always room for growth. That's why we do evaluations, and the ability to learn and grow from those are consequential. one of the realities of facing this new council is that we will have 3 brand spanking new people here, and a mayor who's been on the council for 2 years, but the entirely new mayor as well. Her depth of experience is gonna be really needed and necessary, to make sure that we can thrive as a city and achieve our goals, our individual goals. And she's been really good at helping me be able to achieve the things that I came in here and wanted to get done. And both of the new council members, I've sat down with them and met with them, and they have a list of things that they wanna do. And to be able to do that, it takes know-how, and we may not always see eye to eye on everything, but you know, if she sees something and knows how to help through, then she'll do that. So that's one of the reasons why I feel it is so important to have a year-long contract. Beatrice's point is well taken, but it takes about a year to get up to speed. The first 6 months when you're a council member, you're just learning what the different departments are, learning the new committees that are there, and really getting to dive into everything. And all of us have other jobs. And so it can't be your full-time job to get up to speed, so you're gonna need help. So I think that is her particular skill set. One of the other realities that we have to deal with that I'm super concerned about is how much less we pay our city manager than any other city manager in this county. She is lagging behind by, I think, about $40,000, at least from the next lowest paid city manager. If we were to replace her, you're not gonna get any new city manager for less than $200,000. So one of the concerns I have is, while we do have an incremental raise for many years, she didn't get an additional raise. So I would it's not much, but I would also propose an additional into the cost of living increase, another at least 1%, just so we're competitive. Because even if she retires or decides not to come back next year, we're gonna have to pay that anyway. And we need to make room for that going forward.
Thank you so very much. Does anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Gaston?
People might not see it this way now, but I think later it might be clear that if we extend the contract a year, we'll be doing the future council a favor. The future council will have 4 people to start out with. It'll be quite a while before the 5th person is appointed. I don't think it's any big secret that's gonna be a challenge. But I think you have to recognize that there's gonna be quite a time of learning. And there's also gonna be a time of the new council, sharing their priorities with the city manager. And it's a multi-directional learning experience. It's a couple of things that I'd like for people to keep in mind. One is that if people find fault in the city, I would say it's more likely the council. It's more likely us. And 60% of us are in the outgoing pile. I've actually come to terms with that. I'm more than okay with that. I hope it isn't too obvious. But yeah, 60% of us are on the outgoing pile. And there's gonna be a new person that I'm pretty sure I don't know that person. And I can tell you later why I'm pretty sure I don't know that person. It's possible I do, but I'm looking at the 4 people that are gonna be on the council and trying to figure out how they're gonna find that 5th person, and I have a feeling it's gonna be someone we don't know. And I can explain to you why I think that, but the point is, there's gonna be a long learning process, and you know, I totally hear the idea of 6 months instead of a year. But I really think that it'll be 6 months just to get the new council member, for people to learn about each other, to see where the council is in their priorities, what they're gonna change, what they're not gonna change. It'll be 6 months before people really know each other and get their bearings and know where the city's headed. And then you'll need, and then if after 6 months, people, I think it would probably be a mutual thing. I think people, would understand each other in certain ways. If they decide, if people are thinking a new city manager, it would take at least another 6 months to go looking for one. And it is gonna be difficult. Not only is City Manager Romero the lowest paid city manager in the county, she's been there for about 9 years. If you compare her salary to someone who's been a city manager for 9 years, you can't compare her to anybody. And that should make you stop and think, okay? That should make you stop and think. It's not so much that we should keep, I feel the city's smart to keep the city manager. I gave her a good evaluation, but my opinion isn't worth a whole lot anymore. But you also need to consider that what I wonder about is she has to think about whether she's going to continue working for this city. It's going to be a mutual thing. It's going to be a mutual thing. And I wish people well. I think it's going to be a challenge, but I think people are up to it. I think people are up to it. I think we've got good people with the right kind of spirit and wanting to do positive things for the community. We're also fortunate that we have money that we didn't have before, and that always makes things easier. So I'm optimistic, but you can thank me later, or not, but I think that if we extend the contract a year, I think we'll be doing the new council a favor, and I think we'll be doing the city a huge service. I'm actually, if it's not out of line, I'm actually gonna make a motion to approve the item.
Thank you so very much, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
I'm gonna keep this very brief, because everyone's pretty much, well, not everyone, but, Councilmember Snow, Councilmember Gastel pretty much said, everything that I wanted to say. I just wanna add that, if we don't extend our city manager's contract for a year, we are doing this city a big disservice. We have a new mayor and 2 new council members and a 3rd new council member, as yet unknown, that all need to be brought on board. And this is not an easy process. And I'm sure that you guys are gonna do great but no matter what, it takes time. It takes a lot of time, on your part and on her part. And she's gonna be still running the city at the same time. So this is not a time when we should be out recruiting. First, we have to name an interim city manager. That would be a couple of months where we may not have a city manager. And then we have to do a recruitment process. So there wouldn't be anybody teaching or basically showing our new council members the ropes, because we wouldn't have anybody there to do that. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Although I do want to say very quickly, Lydia was always my first choice for a city manager, the mayor's also, and we were able to say "I told you so" at some point. my opinion has, I've never regretted that choice.
Thank you so very much. I believe that Councilmember LeBaron would like to deliberate, so I'll turn it over to Councilmember LeBaron.
Thank you.
1 second.
I'm gonna second George's motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to say that it was stated earlier by you, Madam Mayor, that it seems that that we all know how she was evaluated or the criteria. Whether we did evaluate her, in fact, based on the color of her hair or that she wears glasses. Oh no, I was never saying that I don't know. Public can know. What I am asking is that we state that openly and publicly so that the public does know whether that is in fact what we're using to grade her performance. The color of her hair, the fact that she wears glasses. That kind of information is helpful to people. Because if those two things were the only things upon which we rated her performance, well, I'm sure the public would want to know that and would think, oh my gosh, that's not good, right? So it's in the public's best interest to know what we're using to grade her performance, as illustrated in that example that I just gave. Right? Because surely the color of her hair and the fact that she's wearing glasses are not good criteria upon which we should judge her performance as a city manager. That said, I've written down some things. I'm asking we publicly state what we are evaluating the city manager's performance on. It's very simple. We were given evaluation forms that were then returned to the city attorney. For this reason, amongst others, the city attorney is the best person to answer specifics. She's the holder of most of the knowledge, as are the people who ran the committee that she pointed out. Matter of fact, we are discouraged from taking notes in closed session and about this evaluation for alleged privacy concerns. But I will lean on my imperfect memory to recall benchmarkers we used to grade the city manager's work, hopefully so that I can help the public understand what goes on in the city. That said, again, I was asking for the city attorney to state these things because I don't want to divulge things that shouldn't be divulged, perhaps are confidential, or I'm trying to mitigate risk, but I'll continue. Councilmember Snow stated that there is a criteria we go through and that it is a tool for the city manager to know how to do her job better. Well, knowing what benchmarkers we are using to hold our city manager accountable to a job well done for the public, that is also a tool for the public to use to hold us accountable for ensuring that the right person is running the day-to-day operations of the city. Right? Just as in the example of whether our benchmarkers are the color of her hair or the fact that she wears glasses. Well, the public's probably going to think that that's not appropriate criteria upon which we should be basing her work. And then things are explainable to them. They can understand why we would continue to employ somebody, given the state of the city. It was also said by Councilmember Snow that our city manager can explain very complicated things. Yet asking to be told publicly what the evaluation criteria is for someone in such an important and impactful role as that of the city manager isn't complicated at all. Yet, we're not wanting to state these things publicly. I'm not sure why. What I will say is that it seems that our city manager isn't incentivized to get things done because the council majority continues rewarding bad work. When an organization is doing poorly, performing poorly, as is our city, you look to the top. As they say, it all starts at the top. Without any significant scandal, I'm going to use this to, I want to point out how the people of this city are catching on to the fact that things are not well in city leadership, how things are not adding up. Without any significant scandal, a seated mayor, well, the council member first, has been a mayor for 2 years after that. A seated mayor was dethroned because the people of this city are so displeased with the state of the roads, our blighted downtown business area, the lack of addressing the unhoused populations. I mean, people's votes reflected them being very, very displeased with the way that the city is ran. Like I said, it's kind of significant that a seated mayor was dethroned. And, something was said about how long the city manager, has been here, and it's been 9 years. Well, we all know, those of us who've lived here 9 or 10 years or longer, we all know that the state of this city, the neglect, has gone downhill in actually the last 8 to 10 years, which is exactly when the city manager, Lydia Romero, has been employed as the person in charge of running the city. Those are just some realities that I wanted to point out so that, we can all rationally piece things together. The same time that Manager Romero, you've been employed with the city, is when our city and the people of the city state that our city has seen the worst of the worst. That's not good. That does not reflect well on your performance, Ms. Romero. I'm gonna share a couple of things that we're used to critique city manager's performance. I wrote some of them down. Shucks. Oh no. Oh darn. Okay. Well. Here we go. The mayor stated that there are about 5 different areas, evaluation areas. Again, I'm relying on my imperfect memory, right? But I do recall one of those areas being communication. Another was something about the ability to execute. Well, in regards to communication, there was a clause that said communication with the public and communication with council members. And so this is why it's important, because now everybody can see that this is the stuff that we use to grade somebody on, and then they can reconcile it with what they experience. So we graded the city manager on communication. How is she able to communicate with the public? How good a job does she do at communicating with the public, or ensuring that the public is communicated with? Well, we currently employ somebody, the city manager hired this person, to run, I'm just going to use this as one little example, to run the city's social media platform, Instagram, Facebook. Well, I'm pretty sure you guys all recall that we've had people complaining about what a bad job the city does at communicating with the public. Whose job is it to manage that person who's in charge of doing that? The city managers. Okay, why is the city manager not staying on top of things to ensure that the community is getting communicated with properly? Okay, so I would have to grade that probably like a 1 or a 2. Because there's, as evidenced by just that one little thing, there's a really bad job being done when it comes to communicating with the public. Really bad job. We've actually stated it. Some of us have said that throughout these meetings that we could do better. Public has stated it, we feel it. Okay. Also about communication with city council members, that was another thing, I believe it was on this evaluation thing. Okay, well, probably since about 2021, I would say, city manager stopped holding these monthly meetings that she would have with council members. Anywho, where she would update us. Well, those ended, and then there was never a remedy for how we were going to, like, fix that.
Sorry.
Sorry, that one's hilarious.
That was cute.
So at one point I remember suggesting, because it was said that she couldn't have those meetings with me because I'm hostile, I suggested that we do them over video recorded. But a remedy wasn't created. So on that one, you know, and that's important to the public because an educated council is good for everybody, right? You need to be able to communicate with staff, with the city manager. So I would grade that a 0. There was also something on there that said the ability to execute on city priorities. I'm not done, ma'am. I'm not sure why you're interrupting me.
I'm gonna call for the question.
I'm deliberating. There's no question.
No, you had an opportunity, fill this out and send it in to us, and you refused to
Madam
do
Mayor,
it.
I'm getting interrupted. Are you
I'm
gonna
not
call that
getting-
out like how you do every other person?
I'm calling for the question.
Madam Mayor,
You're not asking
I'm-
any
I'm
questions.
calling
We're
for
not
some
gonna
decorum and
We're
civility
not
there.
gonna listen to you do this all night long.
Madam Mayor?
We're done. I'm calling for the question.
Thank you. So I'll wrap it up. Essentially,
Procedurally, if you call for the question and there's a majority vote to move forward, you can do that and stop deliberations.
oh, thank
I'm
you.
calling
It's
for the
okay.
question.
I'm gonna wrap it up.
No, I'm calling for the question.
Do we have a second for the call of the question?
Yeah.
We have a,
Yes, so the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza, second by Councilmember Snell to call the question. I will now conduct a roll to go on the record. Councilmember Snell.
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron.
No.
Councilmember Castillo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 4-1.
thank you so very much. And so regarding item 1H, the city manager's employment agreement, do we have a motion? Okay, so we already have a motion and a second. On the record, can you restate who gave the motion?
The motion was made by Councilmember Castillo with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza to approve staff's recommendation, or in this case, I believe it's the city council's recommendation, to authorize a third amendment to city manager's employment agreement, extending the term by 1 year. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Snell.
Aye.
Councilmember LeBaron.
Councilmember LeBaron, it's my opinion, the city manager has done an absolutely horrendous job at managing the city, and I will
Councilmember Castillo.
be voting no.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you so very much, and those are all of the items that were pulled from the consent calendar. We are now moving on to the council member meeting reports. This section of the meeting is dedicated
Due
to
to the late
oral.
hour, could we postpone council member